January 20th meeting of the Los Gatos Town Council to order. Welcome, everyone. At this time, I'm going to ask you, just before we get started, if you have an electronic device, you're of course free to have that, but we would love for you to silence it, not so that we don't hear your ringtone, no matter how good it is in the middle of the meeting. So if you could just take care of that, we'd appreciate it. The first item on our agenda, as always, is our roll call.
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Mariko Sayoc.
Here.
Councilmember Steve Leonardis.
Here.
Councilmember Rob Rennie.
Here.
Vice Mayor Barbara Spector.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Marcia Jensen.
Here. Now is the time when we do our Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm very pleased to introduce our Pledge leader for tonight, Keaton Jones. Keaton, come on up. I'm not very good at this. There we go. Keaton is a senior at Nova School. She comes to us with lots of enthusiasm and experience and is working hard towards getting her degree. She loves sports. She loves reading and writing, and she has a passion for working with children with special needs. And she hopes to make that her career. And she has done a lot of work for that, including volunteering with a special needs soccer team, where she's taught them rules, taught them techniques, and depending on their ability, even gone out and had them play soccer. And that's amazing. She loves to dance. She loves to read. She's on the student council at Nova, one of 4. So I'm very, very pleased to hand the mic over to Keaton and have her lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Keaton.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Have a hand for Keaton. Thank you, Keaton. And the next thing for us to do is honor those residents of Los Gatos. Who have assisted us with their time, their skills, their efforts, their enthusiasm, and we are so lucky as a community to have so many talented people volunteer their time and talents for the town. And this is our opportunity to recognize their contribution because they have served on various commissions and committees. And if you haven't done it, I encourage you. It's a wonderful thing to do. It's intellectually stimulating. It's fun. You feel like you're giving back to the community. And we'd really like to thank those people who have taken the time to do that. So I have proclamations for those people who are here. Cheryl Hare, and if you could come up when I call your name. Made that look easy. Cheryl Hare, Rita Baum. And Cheryl Hare was on the Arts Commission. Rita Baum has been on the library board for quite some time and has contributed a lot to our library. Rita. And I'm just going to hand them their commendations because they, after volunteering on commissions, they went on to be elected to the town council and are continuing their volunteer work for the town. Rob Rennie, who was on the Parks Commission. And Mariko Sayoc, who's on the Planning Commission, General Plan Committee, this Housing Element Advisory Board, North 40 Advisory Committee, everything else you might imagine for land use. So we'd really like to thank all of you for your service. Thanks so much. And there was a possibility, and I'm just going to call their names in case they're here, that Phil Nielsen or Margaret Smith would be here. But we'll save their plaques for them. And love to just get a round of applause for these people who have given so much of their time to the community. They're declining their opportunity to speak, and I commend that action to all of you. Now's the time in our agenda where we listen to members of the council if they have anything to report to us. All of us serve on other committees, various things that we do in our capacity as town council people, and this is our opportunity to report to each other and to the community what we have been up to since our last council meeting. So we'll start with Mr. Rennie.
Okay, on the mayor's appointment, I was appointed to the Cities Association representing Los Gatos. We had a meeting week before last, and in that meeting, a pretty interesting meeting, there was a presentation by the Leadership Academy about millennials and how they aren't engaged in government because they don't think government's interested, and they showed us a lot about what millennials like and the way they act and so forth. We also had a presentation from the Santa Clara County Health Department about their project that they're trying to partner with cities also to reduce chronic disease, especially around tobacco use, poor nutrition, lack of physical activity, limited access to disease prevention and so forth. But more importantly, they also have grants available that cities can apply for. They're granting about $180K a year in grants. Ones that I thought Los Gatos might be interested in is one around the theme of active transportation or policy of increased activity, such as utilization of trails or bike lanes, things of that sort, so something to consider. They also talked about their priorities for 2015, working as a group of cities. What did they want to work on? Their priorities that they chose were affordable housing, homelessness, the RENA sub-region option, transportation, and minimum wage. And I volunteered to work with them in subcommittee on affordable housing and on the transportation. That was it for that. I also attended 3 days of training with the League of Cities in Sacramento last week, which was quite interesting. Lots of good training, opportunity to meet neighboring elected officials and get, learn things from them also. Met with our legislator, Assemblyman Lowe, for dinner to build a working relationship with him, and got to sit on his chair on the Assembly floor for fun. That's it.
Councilwoman Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The mayor and I serve at her appointment on the policy committee for the town. That committee has been meeting very intensely, several times a month. We have completed our work on the council code of conduct. We are completing our work on the council agenda and rules, and I would anticipate both of those items will be coming to the council shortly.
And I will skip to Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Last Wednesday, I attended the West Valley Sanitation District Board of Directors meeting. It was a general business meeting, but I was nominated as the chair to lead the Board of Directors for 2015.
Congratulations. Councilwoman Sayoc.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mayor Johnson and I both sit on our Housing Element Advisory Board. The board's task is to identify sites within town that could hold approximately 619 residential units as mandated by the state of California. It's a very complex issue. We've been under discussion for many months. No decision, was made last Thursday, but there were several items that we needed clarification from our legal counsel, and we've asked staff to do that, and we will be reconvening next month, and hopefully we'll be making decisions that will then move towards the Planning Commission and ultimately to Town Council.
Thank you, and I also serve on the VTA Policy Advisory Committee, and of interest to Los Gatos at the presentation last week was the fact that Mountain View is the beneficiary of community shuttles that anyone can get on and take in their downtown that are funded by Google, which I thought was a very interesting idea that we might want to bring forward for perhaps partners that might want to help us do that in Los Gatos. So that was an interesting item of information. Now it's time for manager matters. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. 2 items for you. First, last June, we unveiled our new town website and introduced both our new legal notices page for upcoming council and planning commission meetings, as well as our pending planning projects page for all submitted planning applications listed on a street-by-street basis. At that time, we committed that we would have a more user-friendly map-based version back to you by this coming June. Community development and others have now completed that work, so it's my honor to show it to you tonight on the screen. I use the new customizable tabs on the top of our web page to make it easy to go back to pages I frequent. For example, if you push my favorites, you'll see I have town code, meeting archives, legal notices, and our prior pending planning projects list, which I would ask Christina to click now. This is the list that existed since last June, which lists all planning projects as they're submitted to the town by street alphabetical order. But if Christina now clicks on map, you'll see tonight we're unveiling the new map-based version of that site that shows all pending planning projects throughout the town of Los Gatos. The instructions for use of that page are underneath the map, and we'll show some of these features by first going to the Legends icon in the top left. And here you can see we provide the codes for each of the icons and differentiate whether they're residential or non-residential applications. You can also choose what shows on this map by clipping the boxes. For example, this just shows residential applications. Let's close the legend now. And you can move the map just like you can most map features. And then you can zoom in using the plus minus sign or your toolbar, your mouse roller. Let's pull the North 40 to the middle as an example. And there's the information that's clickable on the site, and it lists the application numbers, a summary of the application, the impacted parcel numbers, as well as all the property owners, who the applicant is, the status of the application, the planner working on it, the email address for the planner, and then when there's additional information available, we provide a link to that information. The North 40, given its years of consideration, has an extensive web page to itself, which includes going back to the North 40 Advisory Committee that now Council Member Sayak used to serve on. I'd like to close this information page and let's pull up the map icon. You also, like many Google and other map features, can pull up a satellite map to help locate parcels and structures throughout the site. Moving to some of the other sample projects, right there is a single-family residence that's in for architecture and site, being handled by Senior Planner Jennifer Savage. The next step is tech review, and it tells you what they're requesting to demolish the existing and build a new. Let's close that. To the left of Lark Avenue in the gold circle, you'll see we have a planned development application for 4 residents on the prior Elks property, and that's pending, and this will be a continuously updated site. As you'll notice, Senior Planner Erwin Ordonez left the town last week to take another position, so that will be updated over the next few weeks. let's close that and go to the other one, which is up at the KT property up on Knowles Avenue. When we actually have dates set for review, such as the Development Review Committee tentatively set for February 3rd, we list that under the status for these items. And this information is available for all planning applications shortly after they're submitted, and the status simply says pending while the documents are under review. If you'll go back to the homepage, Ms. Christina Gilmore, the easiest way to get to the map would be to go to the homepage of the town and under search, just search for pending planning projects, or pending planning will even work, and hit return, or pending projects will work too. And you'll see the first item that comes up is the pending planning projects map. So I wanted to highlight community development planning technician Michelle Chung for being the lead staff person on this project, using the infrastructure that had been developed over the last year in fulfillment of our commitment to the council to further increase transparency and accessibility to town land use items. We have received other requests from the public. Most recently, an active member of our citizenry has requested that we provide this information on a reverse chronological basis, so they could come in and look once a week or once every 2 weeks and just scan the applications that have come in since they last checked. So that'll be one of the next features we'll be looking to add to this website. The only other item is we did provide a desk item for the consent calendar, item 2 today. When it comes time to moving on the consent calendar, you can move with the alternative resolution that's provided in the desk item, or the original resolution provided in the staff report, and retain the item on the consent calendar. That concludes staff report tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. We will next take action on our consent calendar. The consent calendar consists of items that the staff has concluded are basically ministerial, non-controversial, or represent a summary of an action that the council's already taken. So, for example, item number 2 tonight is a resolution that memorializes the town council action in certifying the environmental impact report for the North 40. The other items on are a tract map for Prospect Avenue. That's the sisters' property, where they've come in and proposed a map, and the old library reuse project, which has to do with bathrooms and ADA. It doesn't have anything to do with the new museum or the deck or anything else. It has to do with construction for that building to be usable. Those are the items on the consent calendar. The council can move each of them, the entire calendar, in a single motion, or any member of the council can pull an item, or any member of the audience. So I'll ask the council first, does anyone want to pull an item? Okay, and does any member of the audience wish to pull an item that I've summarized from the consent calendar? And I'll just say to I will fess up that I'm responsible for the red line item on number 2, in that I was concerned that I wanted it to refer throughout to a proposed draft specific plan, which it did not. So that's what the changes basically represent. So do I have a motion on the consent calendar? Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to move to approve the consent calendar, replacing the proposed resolution on the North 40 with that of attachment 3.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor of the consent calendar? Oh,
Aye.
Aye. Okay, it passes unanimously. Thank you. Next item is verbal communications. Verbal communications is a time that we make available to any member of the public who would like to speak about something that is not on tonight's agenda. So, the items that we currently have on for public hearing are a discussion of the post office and mail service in Los Gatos, a discussion of the Veterans Memorial, and a discussion of proposed changes to our plan development ordinance and process. If you would like to speak about something that I've not just mentioned, Now's the time to do that. I have 2 cards. If somebody else wants to talk, you can fill out one of these cards on the seats behind you. But we'll go forward with our first speaker is Jeff Lockridge.
Hi, my name is Jeff Lockridge. I'm speaking tonight as a resident, not as a Housing Element Advisory Board member, and I'd like to talk about the North 40. But in order to have a complete picture of the issues, I need to back up a little bit. We're at a pivotal point in Los Gatos history. Land use issues and housing have never been more important or as complicated. Important because traffic and school impacts have never been as bad as they are now. And with the new projects about to come online, it's going to get worse. As you already probably know, Los Gatos is required by the state to plan for 619 affordable housing units in our town housing element. We've had similar issues over the last 2 housing elements, but this time it's different. The state wants all constraints that might stand in the way of getting affordable housing built to be eliminated, making the development of the affordable housing an almost sure thing. The affordable housing developments will have to pay either nothing or just a very small percentage of the traffic mitigation fee, since it would be considered a constraint. Affordable housing, by definition, is zoned at density of 20 units per acre minimum. The state is also directing us to provide a density bonus of up to 40% on top of this density. So, for example, the Los Gatos Lodge site at 20 units per acre comes out to 170 affordable units. Add in the density bonus, and you're at about 240 units. Do the same math with the other existing affordable housing sites, and we're looking at around 90 units at Higgins Business Park on Blossom Hill, Oak Rim around 65 units, and the South Bay site off of Knowles around 207. If developers choose to develop these sites, they will generally be fast-tracked in as little time as 1 year, with little or no ability by residents to review or to weigh in. They will most likely be designed to attract families with children. Each of these developments would add more to the traffic and school impact problems, 3 of which are located in already traffic-heavy areas of Los Gatos. Right now, the North 40 is planned to have 364 housing units, 60 of which are affordable. We have the opportunity to take credit for every housing unit built on the North 40 as long as it's developed at 20 units per acre, even the market rate units, if we choose. Plus, the traffic mitigation fees are approximately $12 million. Taking credit for these units will allow us to eliminate up to 3 of the affordable housing sites. We will be able to mitigate the traffic around the North 40 to better handle the increased traffic. We will be able to include public input at every step of the way so that there are fewer surprises. I urge residents to try to get up to speed on this complex problem, and I respectfully request council and staff to look into this further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lockridge. Ms. Pravetti, when is our next Housing Element Advisory Board, for those who interest was piqued by Mr. Lockridge's comments?
Thank you. The next meeting of the board is Tuesday, the 27th of January.
Thank you. And for those of you interested in the North 40, it's scheduled for our meeting on February 3rd. Our next speaker is Tricia Hancock. Ms. Hancock, are you here? There you are. And while she's coming up, those of you who are standing in the back, please either find a seat in the lobby or find a seat in here where people will maybe scoot in and make room for you. Ms. Hancock.
Hi, thank you. I operate a business in Los Gatos, and I'm located right next door to the Black Watch, and right in between Black Watch and a new restaurant called Coup de Thai. And I was notified that there is going to be a new smoking ordinance, or an addition to the smoking ordinance in Los Gatos, that there would be no smoking in patios or whatnot, but I wasn't aware there was any kind of smoking ordinance in Los Gatos. So I have a problem with the people who come outside of the bar. And I mean, I love that there's this great old dive bar in Los Gatos, and it's part of our character, you know, the town's character.
I don't know if the Black Watch wants to be called a dive bar, but that's okay. We know what you mean.
They're proud of that. and that's fine. But anytime anyone asks me, well, where's your shop? I say it's right next to the Black Watch, and they go, oh, I know that. But it's really caused a problem, and the last time I had a little run-in with two women, I was actually very afraid because they were very threatening and right in my face. And I'm always very polite if I ask them to please step out in the back and to smoke. So I was aware through my property managers that there is a California smoking ordinance, and that's 25 feet within any opening or any entrance of a business. Is that correct? Anybody know that?
Well, actually, I know it, but we do have a town attorney. The way I'm going to answer your question is that there is a smoking ordinance for the state of California, and individual municipalities can add on to that if they care to do so.
Okay. So I have a lot of people there who smoke out in front, and they're very belligerent, and they say there is no smoking ordinance in Los Gatos. But I don't want to have to fight with them. It's really destructive to my relationship with the owners of the bar, and but it has driven people away from my shop because it goes right in to the store, and it goes into the next restaurant. And then when people start getting drunk, they also relieve themselves on the business walls all along there, which is really ghastly. You know, they just can't handle themselves. I don't know why. And so I am just wondering what could be done to notify the business owners and the public that there really is no smoking. They're smoking on the street. Can they walk along and smoke? Can they stand out there and smoke?
What I'm going to do is have Mr. Schultz give you hopefully his email. He can be contacted, and Captain D'Antonio is over here, and I'm sure he'd love to have you tell the police department all about your issues, or maybe not all of them, but.
And Madam Mayor, I was actually going to offer to have both Planning Manager Joel Paulson and Captain D'Antonio meet with you in the lobby to get your contact information so we can follow up this week.
Great. Thank you.
So Captain D'Antonio and Mr. Paulson, if you can meet with her in the lobby, please.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hancock. Anyone else want to speak to us about something that is not on the agenda? Okay, I don't see anyone. And let me just, as we begin our public hearings, let me just tell you what the practice is and what my practice is. Just in general, we will get a staff report about the various hearings that are on that will be presented to us. The council members have the opportunity to ask the staff questions about that report if they think that there's something that they need to know before we proceed with the hearing. Once those questions are answered, then we'll call up members of the public. Each member of the public has 3 minutes. I'm aware as to item number 6 that I was given cards that were clipped together in an order. It is my practice, and if any of you have been to the meetings that I've done, I shuffle the cards. I think that that is fair. I want to give everybody an opportunity to speak. I want that to be done in a democratic, fair manner. So I do shuffle it. I don't put it in order. That's my practice. You have 3 minutes. When you're at the podium, you'll see the lights. The green light means you're doing fine. The yellow light means you have 30 seconds left and you need to wrap up. And the red light means that you are finished. And I will very politely tell you that your time is up. When your time is up, you may get questions from the council, so don't immediately run back to your seat because you've done it. You may or may not. That doesn't mean that we are not listening to you. It just means that we may not have a question for you at all, or someone might, depending upon what you have to say. As always, I would ask all of you to make sure that you address your remarks to the council people, not anyone in the audience, and that you give everyone in the audience and every speaker the same respect that you would like to be given when you are speaking. So please don't react positively or negatively. Please allow everyone to speak. Give those people the courtesy of your respect, and give the council the courtesy of allowing us to hear everyone in a fair manner, and we'll have a very productive meeting. So with that, I'm going to call item number 5, which is something that the council put on the agenda regarding postal delivery in Los Gatos, because there have been issues about it, and I don't know who's going to give us the presentation. Mr. Larson.
It's a very brief staff report. Just wanted to highlight what was in the staff report provided to council and the public, is that the town has little, if any, direct authority or responsibility over the United States Postal Service. Nonetheless, as complaints were received through the end of last year, staff did respond, and we submitted a listing of those complaints on the Nextdoor website to our congressional member's office, who covers most of Los Gatos. Today I did receive, this afternoon, a fax from the congressional office that includes the response they received from the Postal Service detailing what they believe have been resolution of the issues. As of last Friday, the town staff had not received any new complaints about Postal Service this calendar year. There was one complaint posted on the Nextdoor website over the weekend, and today we received an email with some concerns that have been provided to the post office. Tonight with us is local postmaster John Lopez, who's available to listen to public comment and then respond as the council wishes. And the congressional office is not able to be represented, but has been asked to be briefed tomorrow of any discussion or action that occurs tonight. That concludes staff report, unless there's questions from the mayor or council.
Does anyone have any questions? I don't have any cards on this, though. I know that when I have been out meeting with people, Ms. Rose is running up with a card. Whoever filled out the card, please come forward and let us know who you are. Ryan Jones.
I am Ryan Jones with Los Gatos This Week, a newspaper. We are at 555 North Santa Cruz. We mail copies of our papers to everyone in Los Gatos. So for the first 4 issues, I believe the first issue we didn't actually mail to the 95033 zip code. But for the first 4 issues last year, it took 2 weeks to get them delivered, and some apparently weren't delivered. And, you know, we want people to get our newspaper. That's why we go to the expense of mailing it. So it was, you know, very frustrating. But I will say the January issues seemed to get out much quicker, so we were pleased with that. But it was not a good business condition to have that.
Questions for Mr. Jones? Thank you, sir. Sarah Wright. You're for number 6. I'm sorry. You could talk about this one, though. Oh. Well, then we have to mail you something. Mr. Lopez, are you here? Can you come forward just please?
Nobody knows the postmaster.
No, thank you for being here. Could you just very briefly summarize for us in 3 minutes just what actions you've taken to resolve the issues that have been problems with bulk mail, problems with no delivery, other problems that have been identified by the community?
Let me take a couple of my minutes here. Give you a rundown of the Los Gatos Post Office.
Can you pull that mic towards you? There you go.
The man who hired me, Jack Peneghetti, was a veteran. I see a lot of veterans here today. I understand you have an agenda item that's much more important than what I consider this to be. I'm here out of respect for the citizens and for the council who invited me here to speak, because we did have issues. We had delivery issues. We had timeliness issues. We had misdelivery issues. But since I've been a member of the post office for 33 years, those issues are always going to be around because we're human, not a machine. The people you see delivering your mail make mistakes. My job is to act on them, and that's what I'm here to respond about. We have done a a vast increase in our hiring. We do not hire locally, by the way. We're mandated by national. And if everybody's been reading the news lately, the post office just barely this year made a profit after 12 years of negative billions of dollars. So we bulk mail. I'm going to tell you a secret right now that I hope my boss doesn't hear. Last week we mailed a mailing from somebody who didn't have the money to pay for it, and that was a local newspaper. We mailed it out of service. We mailed it because we knew they were going to provide the money to us. And we did it as a service to this community and to make up in some slight, small version, to make up for our past mistakes. Again, we just highlighted the last season of parcel delivery. People think we now work for UPS and FedEx. And for Amazon. That's just a rumor. Hopefully it's just a rumor. This last season we delivered 47% more parcels than we did last Christmas season. 47%. We are now in the parcel delivery business. If you notice, our first mail delivery has gone down 30%. So we don't make any money, we don't make any business off first-class mailing anymore. And as an example of this fine email, e-commerce, this is the part of the reason why. People don't use the mail anymore to pay their bills. They use it to do their parcels now. They do it for bulk mailing now, for commercial reasons. So that's where we're headed. Like I say, we've hired a ton of people. We're not in charge of hiring, so it's a difficult thing to hire people and have them train them for 8 weeks, train them for 9 months, and then have them quit because they can make more money somewhere else. This is a tough valley to get competitive, hardworking people and not pay them at a wage that is, to that standard. So yeah.
So Mr. Lopez,
we had
thank
some
you very
issues.
much.
Thank you.
Your timer's not on, but I'm just ballparking it.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the
Let me see if
time.
there's questions. Thank you very much for being here. We very much appreciate it, and I know that we look forward to you resolving the issues that have been raised, and you being here is a big step in that direction. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Good night. We now come to item number 6, which is the Veterans Memorial. Yeah. Oh, 2 more speaker cards for item number 5. Ivy Chen. And after Ivy Chen is Ted Hallinan. So you come on up. And be ready. So Ms. Chen. Hi.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak here. I was not prepared to speak, but I wanted to attend the meeting. When I heard the postmaster said that he expects the problems about the mails are still around, so that's why I feel I want to speak out. So that's my problem. I'm 2 years ago, I have maybe like last year, 1.5 years ago, I have 5 mails was not sending to my address, and I had no idea when my sender sent me, call me, say there's a yellow tape on the letter that's sent to my home being returned. And then I went to the post office, say why my mails, which has a correct address, are being returned to the sender. And I was told by the the staff in the post office in Los Gatos said, well, when they feel this name is not supposed to be in this address, they will send the mail back. So I just request in the official letter to the postmaster said, whatever mails to my address should be sent to my home at a mailbox, not let them someone else to make the decision if these mails belong to my family or not. So that was the situation. So it should be very easy to resolve, and I thought my request makes sense. One of the mail that is come from traffic ticket that I couldn't receive it, and it cost me $480 because they sent it back to the traffic court. So that was he said it's a normal problems. I wouldn't, I live in another neighborhood for 20 years. I never see any single mails was returned or missing. So just in Los Gatos mail post office, that is just happened here. So I want to speak out and let people know we need to, I wish I could volunteer to deliver the mails because I think the mails are very important to every family. And that's it. That's what I want to say.
Oh,
and
thank you. Appreciate you coming. Mr. Hallinan.
Yes, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I'm talking in regard of flying the American flag. Now, I noticed over at the post office that they may not be flying it correctly. It's supposed to go up at sunrise and down at sunset. If you're going to fly it at night, it's to be lit. Now, I don't know if that means anything, but I noticed that the town doesn't do that either. The flag now, apparently, the lighting has been taken away, so it's out there flying in the dark right now.
I'm sure that someone will look into your comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else on item 5, which is mail delivery? Okay, thank you very much. Before I move on to number 6, which is the Veterans Memorial, here's the stack of cards. That's 3 minutes, so you can do the math to figure out how long we have. What I did with another meeting where there was a lot of cards is I'll call 3 names. When you hear your name, please come up to the podium and be ready to speak. And I'll continue to call the 3 names so that we can move through hopefully quickly. And the other thing that I'll do is that what I told the other group of people who are very concerned about their issue, if there's a speaker that has spoken before you, and that speaker has made your point eloquently and effectively, consider whether you need to stand up and make it also, so that we can move through the meeting and hopefully get to a council discussion and some resolution, or at least an action this evening. So it's not telling that you have to do that, it's just asking you to think about it as you hear the people speak. So we're going to have our staff report from Christina Gilmore. Ms. Gilmore.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Christina Gilmore, Assistant to the Town Manager. I'd like to advise the Council that a desk item was distributed this afternoon on this item. The purpose of this evening's presentation is to present the Council with the Arts and Culture Commission's recommendations regarding a Civic Center Veterans Memorial. On November 4th of last year, at the November 4th Town Council meeting, the Council received a request for approval from the Veterans Foundation of Los Gatos for a proposed Veterans Memorial to be located on the upper deck of the Civic Center. Direction was given to the Arts and Culture Commission to review the proposed memorial pursuant to the public art selection policy. The Arts and Culture Commission met as the Committee of the Whole as part of their Public Art Subcommittee, and they met to review the conceptual memorial as proposed by the Veterans Foundation. During the course of 6 meetings, they evaluated each of the locations that was approved by the Town Council, as well as evaluated the proposed conceptual design and all of the elements that were presented to the Council on November 4th. 5 of the 6 meetings were held here in the Council chambers and were streamed live over the town's website and were broadcast on KCAT Channel 15. And during the process, the Commission did receive numerous comments from the public. The recommendation that the Arts and Culture Commission has before you tonight is based on the proposed conceptual design that was submitted by the Foundation. The Arts and Culture Commission recommends that the memorial be placed in the upper deck, removing the fountain and the installation of trellises and arbors, removing the fountain and to install trellises and arbors that are architecturally consistent with the Civic Center design and does not impede pedestrian and group use of the deck. They also recommend that the memorial should be integrated into the trellises and arbors without statuary. The memorial components and/or fundraising bricks could be integrated into the existing deck surface area. And finally, the lawn pathway and the bas-relief plaques that were proposed in the conceptual designs for the buildings are not recommended. So this picture here is an overview look at the Civic Center Plaza. As you can see, in the middle is the upper deck, which is 60 feet by 65 feet, which is the recommendation from the Arts and Culture Commission and also concurs with the request from the Veterans Foundation Los Gatos. There are two alternative locations that the commission has proposed for council consideration. If the council and the foundation decide that they would like to have statuary, as the initial recommendation does not recommend that there be any statuary on the upper deck. Those two alternative locations are the Ivy Redwood Grove off of the front lawn and adjacent to the Pageant Street and the parking lot museum. And then the second alternative location is between the police headquarters and the museums. So here's a picture of the Redwood Grove, which is the area on the lawn adjacent to where the new museum will be placed. So these are three pictures that try to give you a good idea of what that location looks like. And then this is the area, the open space between the police department headquarters and the new museum, old library. So council can choose to take any of the following actions, accept the Arts and Culture Commission recommendation, approve the Arts and Culture Commission alternative location sites with either the Ivy, Redwood Grove, or between the police headquarters and the museums, or provide other direction or approval. This concludes the presentation, and staff is available to answer any questions.
Questions for Ms. Gilmore? Councilman Rennie?
Actually, I have several, but I'll start with one and see if others want to turn. I guess my first comment or question really is, the Art Commission eliminated many things, the statuary, the eagle, the flame, the rifle, you know, several things. I guess the question is, what is left? I mean, they said we can have an arbor, but what else can we have besides an arbor?
So as part of the conceptual design that the foundation submitted to the council last November, the design included the trellises and the arbors, which is a significant component of their initial design. The commission is recommending that a memorial be incorporated into those trellises and arbors. So the center area, I think as proposed, has a statuary. It had all of the different elements. So it had the eternal flame, the eagle, the spire, and so the commission, did recommend that those elements not be put forward to the council for approval. The existing brick pavers on the upper deck, the commission did feel like that area could be repurposed. That would include bricks that people can purchase to commemorate a loved one, or any type of commemoration that they would like that's appropriate to the Veterans Foundation Memorial. And the pathways were excluded because, as many of the people in the town know, that during the summer, the lawn is used for multiple civic events, the Fiesta de Arts, the music in the park, and so the commission felt that repurposing the pathway from Main Street to the Civic Center Plaza, the upper deck of the plaza, and cutting up the lawn or redirecting the lawn would hinder those activities that are annual events.
So I don't think I'm any clearer after the explanation. So again, they're saying basically nothing but arbor and bricks is what I get. Did they recommend any elements that could be added to an arbor? You got to have something to show that it's veterans.
So without directing the Veterans Foundation on how the design should look, they left it open. So their recommendation is to incorporate memorial elements into the arbor. So as the arbors are designed now, I don't know if that is a possibility, but if that is something that the council does direct the Veterans Foundation to do, of course, they would have to go back and work with their designer to redesign to incorporate those elements if they so choose.
Okay. Can I ask another, or somebody else?
Let's see if there's somebody else. Councilwoman Sayak.
Thank you. And this is in relation to Councilman Rennie's question. I did view all 5 of the tapes to see all the work that the Arts Commission put together. And I just wanted to clarify that when they were looking at the Civic Center, the fountain area site, their preference was no statuaries within the trellis area. Is that correct?
That is correct. So their preference is to not have any statuary on the upper deck of the plaza, in the center of the plaza, or anywhere on the plaza.
But besides the actual statuaries, there was no other specific guidance on how the foundation could incorporate their ideas into the trellis?
No,
Okay.
that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I was curious about the diameter of the arbor itself, or I guess you would say, is it going to take up the existing concrete fountain, or will it go further into the brick area around the fountain, the round radius of bricks around the fountain?
So I don't have the conceptual designs that the foundation submitted to the council or the revised conceptual designs that they have released last week. So perhaps a member of the foundation, when they come up here later during public comment, will have that information for you. I can just show you that the area that they're proposed on the upper deck would encompass the majority of the, if you can see on the screen, I think, and I'm sure someone from the foundation will correct me if I'm wrong, the lighter concrete area. So I don't know that they're proposing it to go all the way to the edge of the dark area. I think it is the lighter square area immediately around the fountain area. That's the area that they're proposing for the arbors and the trellises. And I don't have those dimensions.
And I have one more question. The statue that was submitted with the 5 figures, what is the diameter of that?
I don't have those dimensions readily available, but I believe later on during the public comment, a member of the foundation will be discussing that.
Thank you.
Councilman Rennie.
Do you, maybe you can't answer this very well, do you have any answer to why the statuary is so opposed by the Arts Commission? And
again, members of the Art Commission are here this evening, so they have submitted cards under public comment, so they could speak directly to individually their opposition to the statuary. But in general, the general comments from the Art Commission was that the statuary, as proposed in the center of the upper deck, did not fit architecturally with the mid-century architectural look and feel of the Civic Center. They also felt that the statues as proposed, the previous 1 soldier statue and even the 5 model statues were too large, that it didn't lend a sense of contemplation and peacefulness. And they felt that the statuary and all the elements proposed were too overblown and too big for this space and in general for the town. So they were opposed to the statuary on the upper deck based on those statements. Now, the 2 alternative locations, if the council chooses to consider those locations, the commission has stated very clearly that they felt that the statuary would be appropriate in those 2 locations. So they haven't ruled out the statuary 100%. They just they didn't recommend it to be in the center of the plaza, but they did recommend it to either be in the Ivy Redwood Grove or in the space between the police headquarters and the new library.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question of staff. You just used the term the Arts Commission didn't rule out. And what I am understanding from the staff report and what's happened so far is all of this information, whether it comes from the Veterans Foundation or from the Arts Commission, is input to the council. So that the council can make its determination. It's not a ruling in or ruling out by what's happened so far.
That's correct, and my apologies for using that language. That wasn't my intent.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councilman Rennie.
Continue. So maybe I'll skip that question and go to another one. So to me, it's really a shared use up here for the Veterans Memorial and sort of the entrance to the museums, and they are okay with the trellises and the arbor. So I guess my question is, does the Art Commission, or let's call them representatives of the museum somewhat, Do they feel like with that, the arbor isn't in the way of the entrance and that it is, can be a shared space?
Again, there are members of the museum's board here tonight that I believe have submitted speaker cards so they can speak more directly to the recommendations that are before you and their thoughts on them. In the public comment that the commission received, the museums expressed a couple of times that they are concerned about the shared use of the space, that they are still in the process of working with the town on future programming for their site. And for the museum, for the upper deck space, they do wish to be able to utilize that for future events, but that has not been clearly defined. So as far as the recommendation to have arbors with no statuary, I can't speak to the museum's thoughts about that right at this moment, but perhaps later when someone representative from the museums gets up to speak, they can tell you, the council, exactly if they are in agreement or disagreement with that recommendation.
So Councilman Rennie, before you ask your next question, based on Ms. Gilmore's answers, let me just ask you whether your question is to staff or whether it's a specific thing that you're asking what someone else thinks that might be better left for when that person gets up.
Yes, I would have preferred to ask it of the Arts Commission, but I assume staff is kind of their representative in this.
I think that members of the Arts Commission are here to speak. So if it doesn't if they don't address it or they don't get up, then you certainly could do that. Ask Ms. Gilmore later. I don't want to cut off your questions, but if it's more appropriately given to one of those people, maybe that's where it should go.
Okay, let me ask one more that I think may be more appropriate to staff. So in the redwood site, I assume that doesn't mean removal of the redwood trees. It would be fit in around them?
As of now, that's correct. And the recommendation is to utilize that site. Obviously, as you see it here, there would need to be some reconfiguration, some re-landscaping for whatever would be proposed there. I don't believe staff's or the commission's recommendation would be to remove redwood trees, but to utilize the area for any conceptual design that was developed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for Ms. Gilmore? Thank you. And as all of you get up to speak, I'd ask you to keep the council questions in mind. And Councilman Rennie, I'm sure that you will ask those questions when the people come up. And if you haven't heard them, that we'll get an opportunity to ask staff later. And also, Councilman Leonardis, you had a specific question that may come up. Let me just give one more preface before I start calling you up. On November 4th, the Town Council made a decision that there will be a Veterans Memorial, and it will be located somewhere within the Town Civic Center complex. So really the question tonight is not whether there will be a memorial. The question is where specifically will the memorial be located, and what form will that memorial take? So I know that you're all very well prepared, but we'd ask that you focus your comments on those questions. So the first three people are Scott Borgia, Beverly Bryant, and Marlene. Beverly Bryant, you're on number 7. Scott Borgia, Marlene Rodman, and John Lochner. And if you could, when you hear your name called, if you could make your way with all deliberate speed so that you're ready to speak at the podium, we'd appreciate it. Mr. Borgia.
Yes, I'm here to speak on behalf of the Veterans Memorial. I favor the location in the current fountain, and I favor the statuary. I think it accurately depicts the respect we should show the veterans and what they've served for this country. I think the arbor and the location off the center doesn't accurately reflect the appreciation we should show.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Again, members of the council, I will look for your hands to go up. If you do have a question, if I don't see that, I will just call up the next speaker. Ms. Rodman, so it's Marlene Rodman, John Lochner, and then Eric Fox.
Well, the good news is my mail has been delivered for over 40 years.
Yay. Mr. Lopez will be pleased to hear that.
I was reading about Benjamin Franklin today. Where liberty dwells, there is my country. As the president of the Friends of the Los Gatos Library, and we have our little bookstore at the corner there, I just want you to know that we are very much in favor of a Veterans Memorial. And I hope it's right outside our door, because I think what we're here for tonight is to decide the location, and then we can kind of quibble about what's going to be there. I mean, I'm not crazy about what they've come up with so far, but I think I can help them to design something that is maybe more significant, that talks about what we are really about. And I just want to salute the gentleman in this room tonight who I admire, and I thank you for being here, because when I was 6 years old, I remember my father going off to the Navy, and my mother was pregnant with her 4th child. Our young people today actually have no knowledge of what these people have meant to our liberty, to our freedoms, and every day when I pick up the paper, I thank God I live in America. So I urge you tonight, if nothing else, let our veterans have their place. And I want it to be right outside the door of the Friends bookstore. And I hope you will agree with me.
Ms. Rodman, thank you. And this is my opportunity to remind all of you to please speak to the council, not to the audience, no matter how tempting it is. John Lochner, Eric Fox, and then Brian Miguel. Mr. Lochner.
Mayor Jensen, members of the council, my name is John Lochner. I'm about a 65 resident of Los Gatos. I'm going to talk about the history of memorials. Honoring veterans is not something new to the residents of Los Gatos. Past history shows the involvement of many of its citizens in conflicts dating back to the Civil War. In fact, the Grand Army of the Republic, post number 82, was established in Los Gatos. The first picture, please. In 1897, W.C. Shore donated land that became Bunker Hill Park, the first park to be built in Los Gatos. It was dedicated on June 17, 1897. Some earth from Bunker Hill had been brought and sprinkled on the ground. After World War I, the park was enlarged and renamed Memorial Park. In 1954, unfortunately, the state took the land for the construction of Highway 17, leaving only a small portion that is presently the town parking lot on Park Avenue. After World War II, in 1949, the American Legion Post constructed a Veterans Memorial Building at 123 East Main, directly across. In 1954, the town purchased the building and relocated the Carnegie Library to the site, renaming it the Carnegie Memorial Library. It remained a library, a memorial library, until it was taken over by the Los Gatos Saratoga Recreation Department. Recently, picture 2, please, a concrete plaque was discovered, buried under an oak tree there, in memory of the Grand Army of the Republic. It was removed and is placed in storage until a new Veterans Memorial is constructed, where it will be given a place of honor for those veterans dating back to the Civil War. Los Gatos Memorial Park recently has a section reserved for GAR veterans. An appropriate monument was installed there in their memory. Another section of the cemetery is a memorial to the World War II veterans, with 5 flags depicting the 5 branches of service. The last section is an area dedicated to veterans since the Korean War. Los Gatos have participated in every military conflict throughout history. Many of them have given their lives for freedom. At the present time, we know there are at least 77 members of our community on active duty. It's only appropriate that we honor and recognize those who have served. History has shown that the town that this town honor and respect our veterans. I urge you to approve the location at the Civic Center and the conceptual drawing as presented. Please, please do not refer this to committee for further study. Let January 20th, 2015
Mr. Lochner, I'm very sorry,
be
but
written
your
in
time
history
is up.
books
Thank you very much.
as a day when our
Thank
council
you very
stood up.
much. Eric Fox, Brian Miguel, Michael Silva, and please no applause and no hissing and booing. Laughing is okay, but please no applause. Mr. Fox.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here both as a Parks Commissioner and as a Los Gatos resident. Because the proposed Veterans Memorial on the Civic Plaza would be accessed via park space, the Parks Commission was asked to comment on the proposed memorial as a stakeholder in the process late last year. The Commission was provided materials, and we discussed the memorial at our December meeting. After discussion of the memorial, a motion was proposed and passed by the Commission, quote, to support the subject matter of a memorial within the parks or park support areas honoring those that have defended our country, unquote. We were not asked for input on the design or the specific location of the entire memorial, but the support on the Commission for a highly visible Veterans Memorial was unanimous. All Parks Commissioners who were present voted in favor of the motion except for Mr. Rennie, who abstained since he had been elected to the Town Council and would be hearing this matter separately. Personally, as a Los Gatos resident, I support the memorial because of what it means to me and what I believe it means to much of our community, and I'll share with you a little bit of what I shared with the Parks Commission. On Memorial Day, Veterans Day, and 4th of July, I want my children who are being raised here in this town to know that their town honors the sacrifices made by their family. My great uncle, whose first action as an American Jew who had recently escaped from Nazi Europe, was to join the U.S. Army. And my kid's grandfather, my father-in-law, who served more than 25 years in the U.S. Air Force before retiring as a colonel. They're mentors of mine in the community and ours who should be honored. I'm humbled to support the efforts of my colleague and co-worker for nearly the past 20 years, General Kit Hillhouse. We have worked at the same company that was founded by two Los Gatos residents, Dennis Chambers and Greg Davies, who are both veterans. Mr. Chambers was a prisoner of war in Vietnam for 5.5 years, and all three of those individuals are community leaders and viewed by their peers in the commercial real estate industry as the gold standard. Lifelong friends of mine from Los Gatos, graduates with me in 1990 from the high school, Argo Carberry, who went on to West Point, and Kai Yamaguchi, who joined ROTC and served as a surgeon in Iraq and Afghanistan. I hope you've read their letters. Lastly, I wholeheartedly support the recognition of Todd Beamer and Mark Bingham. These were heroic Los Gatans who battled terrorists on Flight 93, September 11th, 2001. They weren't my classmates, but I had classes with and was friends with Mr. Bingham. I think I met Mr. Beamer once, and I think it's long overdue that we provide a public memorial for their heroism on that very, very dark day. Please approve a prominent memorial in our Civic Center that includes both a statuary and an arbor together as one. That would be a memorial with integrity that honors the aforementioned members of our community.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. Brian Miguel, Michael Silva, and Mary Ellen Comport.
Hello, my name is Brian Miguel. I was born and raised in Los Gatos. I actually just moved back to Los Gatos after serving 4 years in the United States Army with the 82nd Airborne Scouts. I had one tour to Afghanistan, and I was just let aware of the situation, and I think it would be a real honor and something really cool to have a lifelike statue at the old fountain. I think that would be a great idea, and I actually got in contact with some of my old Los Gatos high school buddies that I know are still currently serving, and I talked to a lot of them, and they thought it was a really great idea to have some kind of statue in the old fountain. And we were talking about it, and we were saying it would be a real shame if we ended up getting a memorial like Saratoga, where it's real abstract, put in some corner where you don't see it. You drive by it, you don't even know what it is. And I know it would mean a lot to future, past, and present veterans if we could get some kind of statue in the center of the plaza here. thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Michael Silva, Mary Ellen Comport, and Daniel Snyder. Sir.
Good evening, Michael Silva. I'm a Vietnam veteran, and I moved into Los Gatos in 1969 when I was discharged. I think the mission statement here, as I understand it, is to establish a tribute to veterans and first responders. A place where memories of lost loved ones who put themselves on the front lines to stand tall for the rights of others and to live in peace and freedom. Our losses of friends and loved ones are engraved in our hearts, our minds, and our memories, personal to each and every one. We are saddened and missed our loved ones, although in different ways, yet really, we all kind of feel the same. I believe our main passions are all the same. Let's have a designated place to pay tribute to them, a community place to honor those who have been taken from us, a peaceful, quiet place with a setting of kindness and tranquility. It is our wishes, hopes, and dreams to have these losses not happen anymore. I'm in favor of a designated place to establish a tribute to our lost ones. I think the Center Plaza is an appropriate place. I do not agree with the symbiology being military figures. I believe we all have a picture of that in our minds anyway, and already. Recently, it was brought to my attention there's a conceptual design that was asked for and presented to the Veterans Foundation. It appears, and please correct me if I'm wrong or mistaken about this, that council was not given an opportunity to look and see the other options. It's my request that the council give more time to consider the options before making a decision, and because this will be with us for a long, long time. Do not decide about that this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Silva. Mary Ellen Comport, Daniel Snyder, and Robert McCartney.
Good evening. I first of all want to commend the hard work of the Arts and Cultural Commission in reviewing the proposal from the Veterans Foundation vis-a-vis the town's policy for public art. I represent a group of many residents here in Saratoga and the surrounding communities. We are your volunteers in your Happy Dragon, at the Butter Paddle, at the museums, at the Friends of the Libraries, and throughout this community. Many of us have served as commissioners, elected officials, and other elements where we've given not only of our time, but our resources as well. Many of these same veterans that are here tonight have also supported us in our activities to provide opportunities and improve living conditions and cultural opportunities here in Los Gatos. Sadly, this group that I represent, which ranges in age from the mid-40s to the mid-80s, does not support the proposal. Indeed, we do find that what is presented to us, and the first time we saw it was in November, is too much a dedication to war. The statue reminds us of all those we sent off to war who came back changed men. Dave had to leave the Los Gatos Coffee Roasting Company because they were roasting beans, and it reminded him of the 7 times he had been car bombed. Mike came back really different. Ken just missed going off to fight Ebola in Liberia because he retired from the Public Health Service. These are my family members. I consulted with James Davidson, retired admiral, former member of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who said a memorial to veterans in your community needs to reflect the values, the culture, and the people of your community. What we have presented to us, we feel, this group of community citizens, it really reflects the passion, the interest, and the values of the Veterans Foundation. Rather than try to win the hearts and minds of the rest of us in Los Gatos, they have presented something that really means a lot to them. I know it means a lot to them. I have sat in the back for the Arts and Cultural Commission meetings and watched their reaction when people came forward and said, you know, it really doesn't reflect me. It really reminds me too much of the horrors of war. What we are asking your citizens are for the town council to, again, take more time and to form a committee that is composed of all the stakeholders here in Los Gatos to create a tribute to our veterans who so richly deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Comport. Oh, we have a question. You can't run away too quickly. Nice try, though.
Yes.
Ms. Comport, do you agree with the findings by the Arts Commission about the arbor?
I think the arbor would be a beautiful place if it is done as presented. I know it surrounds the central statue area. It could be a lovely resting place, but I do not support the concept of a statue in the middle of it. And it needs to tie in with our architecture.
Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Snyder, Robert McCartney, and Bob Garzi.
This will sound silly, but I'm not here to speak to you about the proposed Veterans Memorial. I'm here as a town resident to speak to you about my father, John Snyder. He's the finest person I've ever met in my life. I get emotional, sorry. He's an all-American athlete, husband, father, tax attorney, environmental activist, nature conservancy leader, corporate general counsel. He's a person of measurable and unwavering moral standards. In college, he volunteered to serve in the U.S. Navy and was stationed aboard a destroyer during the Korean War. Sorry. His brother, my uncle, Richard Snyder, fought on the shores of Normandy during D-Day. He saw things no person should ever see. Their father, my grandfather, Erwin Snyder, served our country in World War I. My cousin, Richard Snyder, and my father-in-law, John Rich, served in Vietnam. My college roommate, Christopher Sierza, is a flight surgeon in the U.S. Air Force at this very moment. The house I grew up in was the home of Dinsmore Ely, the second U.S. soldier to die in World War I from Winnetka, Illinois, where I grew up in 1918. I've been to Hiroshima, I've been to Normandy, to Flanders Fields. War is horrible. It's beyond horrible. It's the worst of mankind. I don't support or believe in politicians who take war lightly. No one should. But a Veterans Memorial isn't for politicians or even civic leaders. It's for my father, my uncle, my grandfather, my good friend, everyone here. It's for the men and women who have served, who have died, for those who continue to serve our country. They protect you, they protect me, my children. They protect our right to speak our minds, our ability to display public art. They deserve to be honored. They deserve to be celebrated, not just one day a year, but every day in every town. It's my obligation, it should be the obligation of every one of us. A plaque on a wall, a plaque on the ground, something hidden out of sight in the trees is an insult to them. It's an insult to those who died and what they died for. It shouldn't be taken as an insult to you. I'm offended because it should be taken as an insult to you. I'm offended because it implies that I don't care enough to do it right, that we don't care enough to do it in plain sight for everyone to see without having to search for it. Our pride in our veterans must be obvious. They should be as proud of a memorial as we are proud of them, nothing less. If you believe in the minimalist suggestions of the Art Commission, then I ask you to wait before voting. Please go to Fisher House in Palo Alto, meet with the injured veterans and families recovering there. Then drive up to Golden Gate National Cemetery and ponder the valor and memory of those who served and died for you and me. Or better yet, go to Normandy. Then vote. Dinsmore Ely said before his death, it's an investment, not a loss, when a man dies for his country. The small town of 12,000 people where I grew up, Winnetka, erected a monument of 1,600 square feet made of marble back in 1927 to honor just 10 men who died from that town. Unfortunately, they had to add a lot of names since then.
Mr. Snyder, thank you very much. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert McCartney, Bob Garzi, and Mary Ellen Kashub.
Thank you. I got my first look at the proposed memorial just a little while ago, and my main concern was that the memorial plan as proposed, at that time it was arbor, trellis, and I think this was the statuary with flame, eagle, returning soldier, that it utterly and totally overwhelmed the plaza space. And for that reason was, as it was planned, inappropriate for that space. So I hope that when you consider where you're going to locate this memorial and what it's going to look like, you take these things into account, because as worthy as the memorial is, as I saw that plan, it was truly overwhelming and therefore just more than needed to be there at that place. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bob Garcia, Mary Ellen Kashub, and Barney Davidge. Sir.
I'm Bob Garcia. I've been in Monte Sereno and Los Gatos for 40 years. I only have one thing to say, and it is after this man right here. I couldn't have said it better. This is a picture of 18 months ago when we were here making a recommendation of what this memorial ought to look like and where it ought to be. All I can say is we don't need another 2 weeks, 10 days, 30 days to make this decision. It should be made like it should have been 12 months ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Ellen Kashub, Barney Davidge, and Angelia Dorner.
Town Council, I'm Mary Ellen Kashub, and I do not have a problem having a memorial, but I do have a problem with a muscular soldiers representing the horror of war and the loss of loved ones. I think the gold standard, and most people would agree, is the Vietnam Memorial in Washington, D.C. It's quiet, it's extremely well designed, and we have right here in this center an award-winning architectural building and set of buildings that were respected. The horizontal lines, the new library, it all works visually and design-wise. And to have that not be designed by professionals in a way that's respectful, that's quiet. I don't believe memorials, personally, need to be muscular and loud and big to make the point. And I really would like to encourage the council, who is committed to doing a memorial, but let's do it right, and let's do it with consideration and not muscle through a design that has not been done locally. It hasn't been done really reflecting our community. And I would really like to see on the board the designs we're all talking about, because it's being talked in abstract and we don't have any visuals. So I would really request that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anything we can put up, Ms. Gilmore? Okay, thanks. Barney Davidge, Angelia Dorner, and Paul Barish.
Barney Davidge, Los Gatos, and I'm sort of speaking on what I've been around as a design professional. I do illustrations for, I think it's 39 years. I wish to share my concerns about the proposed Veterans Memorial. I'm for a Veterans Memorial in our town. My brother, my father, my grandfather, nephews, uncles, all way back to the Revolutionary War have fought for this country, but not on the plaza. When deciding the design of the Civic Center, there was the mayor, a planner, and 3 architects that judged the design. One of the judges was the world-respected architect, Charles Moore. The Civic Center went on to win 1967 Honor Award from the AIA. I think the Veterans Memorial should have that same outcome, the same quality. Here are my 3 concerns. The scale of this proposal is far beyond a memorial to the town. It is a redesign of the Civic Center where it becomes a Veterans Memorial Civic Center. My understanding was in 2012, the town council asked to have 2 to 4 proposals presented for a Veterans Memorial at the Civic Center. This committee presented 1 design. 2, in almost 40 years as an illustrator, an architectural illustrator, illustrating ideas that go before a community, my clients have never had an opportunity to change a building as being requested by the Veterans Memorial Support Foundation without due process. I think the normal process in Los Gatos for such a redesign is design review, possible historical review, planning commission, then maybe on to the town council. And I'm not quite sure how this all works. How did the Veterans Memorial Support Foundation get the idea that all they had to do was present the town council their redesign of the Civic Center without the general community having input? I referenced the meeting on November 4th, where the first time the community saw the memorial
the committee demanded that you pass the memorial that night, or they would lose all chances of funding for the memorial. The design of this memorial is more a conceptual design, not fully detailed. Can you approve a conceptual design? The design being presented for approval has ignored the Art and Cultural Committee's suggestions by putting the statue on the plaza, trellis that does not work with the existing building, new flagpoles, signs, and walkways. This room is full of service group members. I always remember the pillar of the Rotarians. Is it fair for all concerned? At the moment, I feel it is not. It has not reached the world-class memorial that the Veterans Committee deserves, wants, the town wants, and I think the community wants. I think we need a world-class memorial, not what's been presented. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Let's see if there's questions. No, thank you, sir. And a picture has been put up on the overhead, Ms. Gilmore, so that if people want to show it during their remarks, you just, there you go, click the button. Ms. Dorner.
You done? You okay?
Yeah, there's glare. There you go.
Well, I have nothing to do with that picture.
No, it's your fault.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Dorner.
All right.
Paul
Hi.
Barish, I'm sorry, just a second, and Eileen or Ellen Werner.
Hello, I'm Angelia Dorner. I'm a proud resident of the Almond Grove. I was not planning on speaking tonight because I actually took 3 minutes at one of the Art Commission meetings. But I decided to get up and speak because I heard part of a Channel 7 interview being held right over here and felt that, that I needed to share some thoughts. My father was an Army Master Sergeant in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. My aunt served in Germany in World War II. My brother-in-law is still over in Afghanistan right now. I care deeply about this memorial and about our veterans. I had the opportunity to attend one of the 6 meetings and watch the other 5 meetings held by the Art Commission. I spoke my 3 minutes then on planning. Oh, okay. I want to personally thank the Arts Commission for contributing so much of their time throughout the holiday season. More importantly, I believe that they demonstrated genuine care for and interest in this project. I also feel the meetings were handled with utmost fairness, professionalism, and yes, patience. I do not like the idea of people in this room saying that they are racist or a few other things that were mentioned in that interview. I am not going to repeat what I've heard earlier about the original plan being overwhelming, because that was my feeling as well. It just seemed to be too much of too much. So I think the question is not, as you had said, there will be a memorial, just how much is too much. And my feeling, and I'll give up the rest of my time, is to simply say less is sometimes more.
Thank you. Paul Barish.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I'm Paul Barish. I live at the terraces in Los Gatos, where there are about 200 residents, and 30 or so are either veterans, retirees, surviving spouses. A number of terrace residents came to the meeting tonight. I believe I'm going to be the only one to speak, so I'm going to ask the terrace residents who are attending tonight to stand. From this group, we have a World War II veteran female who served her country. We have several Marines who, one had World War II service, one was in the Korean conflict. We have Cold War veterans, and you have me as someone who's speaking. I am not speaking for them, but they came. I had 5 tours in Vietnam. I'm a retired Navy captain. Our daughter was stationed at Moffett Field after she graduated from the Naval Academy. Our granddaughter was born here in Los Gatos. She's now 28 years old. I feel strongly and positively in accordance with some of the comments I've heard here tonight, and that is that veterans do need to be acknowledged. For some people, symbolism works very well. For others of us, reality is the best message. In any case, I thank the council for their consideration, and I definitely support the Veterans Memorial here at the Plaza. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barish, and thanks to those of you who are here from the terraces. Thank you. It's either Eileen or Ellen Werner. I'm sorry, I can't read it too well. Dennis Gerber is next, and then Dick Scott.
Hi, good evening. My family has served World War II, Army G2, World War II, Asia Pacific, Battle of Saipan, and Korea. And when I opened the weekly paper and I saw the memorial with, I'm assuming it was a Photoshop of the statuesque, I was reactive to it because I felt that it was very arrogant, men standing in a circular position wearing Kevlar. And I thought, if I want that, I will go see The Fury. I will go see Saving Private Ryan. I will go see The American Sniper. But it is not a place where I would take those in my family that served in all those World War II and Korea. I would not take them there for any reflective moments. I've been to the Mark Bingham Memorial in Redwood Estates. It's a beautiful redwood grove. I support something like that, but I oppose the statuesque form. Whether we are town or whether we are city, we draw an international crowd. And I think that we need to think about not only Los Gatos, not only about America, but also where we are in the international arena. And so those that come to Los Gatos are also reflective about war and how people have served. I also just wanted to say that Los Gatos is not the war memorial at the mall in Washington. The Korean one is frightening. The Vietnam memorial is breathtaking. And World War II in its circular form is beautiful. So I recommend to the council that you think deeply about what we want, and then it be a reflective, quiet place to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Warner. Dennis Gerber, Dick Scott, and Kent Hillhouse.
Yes, Dennis Gerber, been a resident of Los Gatos since I was a kid, and have enjoyed hearing the veterans that have gotten up here to speak tonight, and really feel that they have spoken well to the need for and the community to support them in a memorial. And I think that the commission's recommendation of incorporating some element into a trellis does not provide the level of support that our veterans need. And I think that the statue is an element that everybody will recognize as a memorial to the veterans, and not something that should be abstract or obtuse. So I support the current realistic five-person statuary with 3 men and 2 women, and I think that will provide a very relatable element to this memorial. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dick Scott, Kent Hillhouse, and Diane Chandler. Thank you, Ms. Gilmore. That's much better.
Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Dick Scott. I'm a veteran, and I live in Los Gatos. I do believe that the town needs a Veterans Memorial, and I strongly recommend that it is in a location and of a materiality that is significant and emphasizes the honor that we should provide to our veterans. As I mentioned in an earlier meeting, it seems that the sacrifices that they have made would justify a front and center location. The veterans of our community have recommended and even presented a statue to replace the non-operational fountain. The statue represents all of our protectors, inclusive of the first responders and the various armed services. No surprise on inclusiveness. Most people forget that it is our unique form of a volunteer army that integrated in 1948, many years before our schools and many of our public institutions. I like the statue and the humanity that it evokes. It's okay for me to see a soldier's face. And I know that there was an eloquent speaker earlier that took offense at the muscularity of some of the soldiers, but I wanted to remind her that the Vietnam Memorial in Washington, D.C., that so many people like to refer to as a world-class example, also has not only a statuary, but it has a statue of 3 soldiers, and some of them aren't out of shape. Quite frankly, it sometimes is going to take some soldiers that are in shape to defeat the enemies. And guys, there are some bad guys out there. It seems like the veteran organization has made many accommodations. It has shortened the soldiers. The flame has been eliminated, among other things. Free speech, art, going to the movies, freedom of association, they are all downstream from our physical survival and our way of life. Our veterans, the guys who made the equivalent of $18,000 a year, that's what they make right now. They risk life and limb. They have voted, and they recommended
Mr.
this
Scott,
statue at this location.
Thank you very much. Your time is up.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate your comments. Kent Hillhouse, Diane Chandler, Jeff Janoff.
I'm Kent Hillhouse, resident of Los Gatos. Mayor, council people. I'm going to speak on behalf of, this is one of the foundation, as one of the foundations speaking tonight, on behalf of the foundation. And I'm going to talk about our flexibility. So I'd like to thank the Arts Commission in particular for their time in reviewing our submittals. And they did spend a lot of time over the holidays, and that was a major effort on their part. There were many recommendations that we gleaned when we went, as we went through the process of watching the Arts Commission. First of all, I'll go through a couple of the quick recommendations. The Art Commission recommended that we are inclusive of female representation, and we agreed to that. They wanted the height of the statuary reduced. It was 17 feet. We've taken it down to 9 feet. The arbor should be made, they recommend the arbor should be made of materials that are consistent with the current existing plaza area, and we have agreed to that. They wanted to eliminate the mist fountain. We agreed to that. They wanted to reduce the footprint to accommodate multiple community uses on the plaza, and we agreed to that, presuming that there's no engineering problems, that is. They wanted to remove the 4 plaques of recognition on the proposed walls of the adjacent buildings. These would be those plaques or bas-reliefs that would recognize veterans, first responders, and members of our community. That is mentioned, Scott Beamer, as members of the Los Gatos High School who died on 9/11. And also, we agreed that the memorial bricks can be added on the existing landscape. Now, obviously, it wouldn't hurt our feelings if the council wanted to add a few of those things back in. You're just trying to get through keep the Art Commission happy. We now look to the town council to meet us halfway. We feel like we've met the Art Commission halfway, or more than halfway. It's important that we deliver a message of reverence, respect, gratitude for our veterans and first responders who defend our freedom. A world-class memorial that will capture the hearts and minds and send a clear message that Los Gatos values the contributions of men and women who've been veterans and first responders. So the fountain trusts that this demonstrated flexibility will assist in making the decision to have the location in the fountain area of the plaza, to improve in concept the statuary. The statuary is still bare bones. We're waiting for the artist to come in with the detail and the personalities, and also the arbor.
Mr. Hillhouse, your time is up, but I'll bet there's questions for you. Councilman Rennie.
Okay, so General Hillhouse, I have two questions for you. I understand you're looking for a place of prominence. Can you comment a little bit on the Redwood Grove or the other site next to the parking lot?
Well, the Redwood, we have another individual who's going to talk about the Redwood Grove in detail, if that's okay with you.
Okay, so that's fine.
And actually both
And
locations.
who's that going to be, Mr. Hillhouse?
It's going to be Rex. Rex Nate.
Okay, so Councilman Rennie, now we know that when he comes up, we'll ask him that question.
So I have a second one, but I can let others go first? Or
No, go ahead.
Okay, so my second question is really about more of a contemporary design. You've heard that mentioned, and I actually did some Google searches, and I saw quite a few more contemporary designs that didn't have the we call it offensive statuary to some. And a lot of them looked quite attractive. Of course, I didn't get a chance to go stand in front of them and feel their reflectiveness or prominence. Did your foundation consider anything that didn't have statuary?
Yes, we did.
And so why I guess it must have gotten discarded very quickly because everybody seems to be sticking to their guns on the statuary.
Well, this particular one, we called it the tree or mushroom. There were some potential engineering difficulties with it. There would have been wind shear problems with it, and some other issues that our engineer can speak to, if you'd like.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. General Hillhouse, you mentioned that the statues have been reduced to 9 feet, or is it 6 feet?
They are reduced to correspond more with the arbor. The arbor height is 9 feet at the very top of the arbor, and the statuary is lower than that.
So on the diameter of the group of 5 soldiers, what is the size of that, or the proposed size? Is there an idea?
It's roughly 10 feet.
A 10-foot base.
Right. Again, we have to get engineer approval because the fountain would be removed, and that may or may not be problematic. We don't know, but we think it's possible.
A couple more quick ones. The material of choice for the statue, is it bronze? Is it?
Bronze.
Okay.
Correct.
And last but not least, you did mention there will be female figures, and we received a correspondence about incorporating more diversity as well. Are there other diversities?
Minority, correct. We have a minority, a female and a minority. We're going to person of color.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Councilwoman Sayoc.
Thank you. Thank you, General Hillhouse. As I mentioned, I did view...
Hang on a second. Can I ask you who are talking in the back, it's hard for us to hear when you do that, so please respect the speakers and the questions. Thanks.
As I mentioned, I did watch all of the tapes, and there was one meeting where your designer came and spoke about the flexibilities that he had, basically, and that he could basically design based on whatever parameters given to him. So the question I have to you and to the other members of the foundation is, given the concerns you've heard from others about statuary, and I understand that's non-negotiable for you, you want a human figure, what are some of the areas of flexibility? Is it the number? Is it the how they're placed? What are some of the flexibilities he may have been talking about that he may have shared with you that we as a council might be able to consider tonight?
Well, first of all, the forms that are on the statuary right now there's no personality to them, and there's they're basically blanks. You can't really discern a female or a minority person of color. That would be one thing he could correct, and plans to. He just hasn't had the time to do it yet. He is a world-class artist. He just finished a couple of gold coins in Washington, D.C. One was with regards to the recent movie, The Art. Kodaker was one of them, and then there was another one he just finished. But we did have one statuary. It was just one statue. Now it's 5, and the 5 would be representative of the 5 services. And then we'd do some mixing up there. But he has some others. He had other ideas, but nothing's been pursued at this point.
Thank you very much.
And again,
There's no other questions.
we were talking about concept, being approved in concept. That's what we were talking about.
Thank you. Diane Chandler, Jeffrey Janoff, and Ryan Hall.
My father. I am not a veteran, but after Pearl Harbor, every able-bodied man in my family joined the service. My mother and my grandmother were arc welders at the shipyards in San Francisco. This memorial is intended to honor and thank all veterans for their sacrifice and their service. It should touch your heart, and it should be a worthy tribute. Therefore, the location is vital. An insignificant location means it's an insignificant memorial. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chandler. And while some people are leaving, those of you that are seated in the lobby, there's a whole lot of seats that have just opened up inside if you want to come in. But if you don't, that's okay. We understand. Jeff Janoff, Ryan Hall, and BJ Tucker.
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Janoff. I'm the current president of the museum we now call NUMU. Before I came over, I was listening to President Obama's State of the Union address, and the theme of his speech was political unity. And I think that's what our viewpoint is as the museum. We obviously do support, and we've said this before, the memorial. But our issue really is what is the best use of the deck for the most people and the most of the public. When we first negotiated our lease with the town, this memorial idea of being on the deck where the fountain is was not contemplated. And in fact, we spoke a lot in meetings with Mr. Larson about the idea that the museum would expand its events out into the deck. That could include music, it could include dance, a wide range of things, including art installations as well, some of which could be on the fountain area. So certainly there's room in the Civic Center for the memorial to go. We don't think that being on the deck is the best place where our entrance, the entrance to the museum will be. It's just not the best use, I think, for the most people.
Questions for Mr. Janoff? Councilwoman Sayoc. And
Mr. Janoff, when did you start negotiating with the town on the lease?
It's been probably, maybe Mr. Larson could help me out, but it's been it's been 2 or 3 years, I think.
So before 2012?
I can look up during the rest of the public comment and respond following public comment. My recollection is the council held a study session to review the proposals in early 2012 and selected the Friends of the Library and the Museums of Los Gatos as the two occupiers of the old library space. We then entered into lease negotiations with both bodies that were then brought back late 2012 or early 2013 for approval. And I'll confirm those dates at the end of public testimony.
And if I may, just one. And so when did you learn about the foundation's proposals and their concepts of placing their memorial on the deck?
I recall that I think they came to us, and we had a little meeting just with them, and they showed us a slide presentation. I think it was, I want to say in the fall of 2014.
Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Mr. Janoff, are you...
Okay, I'm going to encourage everyone to do their own speaking and know what their answers are. Thanks, Mr. Janoff.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Just a correction that Mr. John Agg, who was our former executive director, apparently did have some meetings with the Veterans Memorial. That was not done with the knowledge of the board, though.
So, Mr. Janoff, I wanted to find out if you are opposed to just the statue or also the arbors as well.
We basically agree with the Arts Commission findings, so the way they presented it, we can live with that.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Ryan Hall, BJ Tucker, and George Hall.
Evening. My name is Ryan Hall. I'm a veteran, still in the reserves right now. I did 5 deployments with the 1st Ranger Battalion. I've been shot, blown up, dropped from helicopters, and frankly, I had a whole different speech come up here, but listening to some of these people, I'm disgusted. I fought for people that act like cowards and selfish, thinking how a veterans memorial should be for them. The people that are against it are the people that have never gone, never fought, never done anything hard except for go to school. I've been to school. School was easy. In order to become a ranger, you have to basically become an Olympic athlete. I carried 150 pounds worth of equipment on my back, up and down the mountains of Afghanistan, through the crap holes of Iraq. That's difficult. Making a decision on how to make and set up and honor me and my friends, my grandfather, both of them. That shouldn't be difficult. Letting people that say how it should look dictate how long it takes to put one up, I find atrocious. I am serious. I've grew up and lived in this town since my birth, and I am honored to be a vet, and I have fought for the freedoms of everyone in this town. But still, I am absolutely disgusted with some of the people of what they have said. A muscular person, you have to be a strong individual to go to war. Be a person and to actually sacrifice what you believe. Sacrifice your families. Look at the divorce rate for the men and women in the military. Our lives aren't easy. My life's not easy. I came home, yes, I'm changed. I want to see a person that I can relate to. Yes, it might be a metal figure. But that is someone I can relate to because that's what I did. Those are my people. That's how I feel, is that a person represents me. Not a stone, not a rock, not some crazy abstract piece of metal, a person. Look at every statue that's been given to us. A person. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. I'd like to commend all the speakers who have directed their comments respectfully to the facts that we have. I know that you have very strong feelings about this, but to the extent that we can stick to the facts and the presentation and the issue before us, that would be much appreciated, I know, by the council. BJ Tucker, George Hall, Lee Quintana, and I think we're going to take a break at 9 o'clock for 10 minutes.
Good morning, Mayor, council people. My name is B.J. Tucker. I'm a 34-year resident of Los Gatos, and I serve on the board of the Veterans Foundation as the treasurer. Dr. Francis Harvey could not be here tonight, so he wrote you a letter, and he's asked me to read it. Honorable Mayor and councilmen and women, I strongly recommend that you approve a Veterans Memorial for the town of Los Gatos to be located on the Center Plaza deck of the town center, and in accordance with the design recommended by the Los Gatos Veterans Memorial and Support Foundation as modified. The modifications that I am referring to are those that have been recommended by the Arts and Cultural Commission and agreed to by the Veterans Foundation and are discussed in a separate letter from the Veterans Foundation by General Hillhouse. The recommendations by the Commission to move the statuary to alternative locations are, in my opinion, unacceptable because they detract from the objective of the memorial to honor our veterans in a reverent, respectful, and appreciative manner. A separate letter is being sent to you from the Veterans Foundation on the unacceptability of these alternative locations, which will be presented by Mr. Rex Naden. Veterans memorials, like the one being proposed for Los Gatos, are essential to the country because they permanently recognize what members of the military do to preserve the peace and freedom of our country through their selfless service. As a former Secretary of the Army, I experienced firsthand the magnitude of this selfless service. Those memorials also demonstrate the appreciation of the American people for members of the military and therefore have a positive influence on our young men and women choosing a career in the military, which preserves an all-volunteer force. As a 30-plus year resident of Los Gatos and former Secretary of the Army, I have made a preliminary pledge of $50,000 to the memorial. I am aware of a number of other preliminary pledges and other interested individuals that total well over half of the estimated cost of the memorial of $750,000. Many of these individuals are highly motivated to support the veterans' causes and will in no way detract from the other Los Gatos organizations in their fundraising efforts. Sincerely, Francis Harvey, 19th Secretary of the Army. So in conclusion, it really is his hope that the town council approves the foundation's recommendations so that the monies contributed or will be contributed supporting the Los Gatos Memorial will actually stay in Los Gatos.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. George Hall, Lee Quintana, and then the last person before the break, Louise Scott.
Good evening. My name is George Hall. I am the president of Maxicon General Engineering Contractors here in Los Gatos. I've lived in Los Gatos, the unincorporated area, since 1968, and my business has been here since 1984. I'm on the foundation board. I am not a veteran, but I need to beseech you to please make this something that veterans can be proud of and feel that they are a part of, that they're appreciated. Don't stick it off in some corner somewhere that's an insult to them. You're hearing all kinds of different things. You're not going to be able to make everybody happy here. Believe me, we've tried. We spent 2 years going through this. We've made huge accommodations to the Arts Commission here in an effort to appease their concerns. And I think we've done a good job. So I'd like to make a couple of, hit a couple of points regarding the fountain, which is an eyesore, needs to be dealt with. And we're prepared to do that. There are some concerns we have. I've looked at the plans of the for the construction of the fountain, and it is an integral part of this structure. So it needs to be. You can't just wipe it off and it goes away. It is part of the structure. It's got an emulsion membrane, a 4-layer membrane, that's going to be affected by the removal of this. So there's some real considerations that have to be taken in the removal of this. We haven't figured it all out yet, but we have structural engineers. I've been active in many projects such as this, and understand the complications that go into it. So we're working diligently. We're happy to work with, our engineers are happy to work with the town engineers to come up with a practical solution that will not create problems in the future. And I think that's extremely important to note. The foundation is willing to take on that responsibility and is willing to be responsible for the success of that and subsequent possible failures of leaky roofs as a result of poor engineering. So we know what we're up against, and we're happy to take that on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Lee Quintana, and then Louise Scott. I think it's Louise.
I was not planning to speak tonight, but as I sat here and listened, honestly, I got more emotional. I find that war is very emotional and very personal. During the Second World War, I had a great uncle who served in the Russian army as a general fighting Hitler's army. I had 2 uncles who served in the Pacific during the Pacific War, during World War II. My father was not eligible to be in the service, but he helped build the aircraft carrier, the Hornet. And I had 3 aunts who served in the military as nurses. In addition, I have a husband who attended West Point. I think our veterans deserve to be recognized, but very personally, I think that the best memorial to veterans is peace.
Thank you, Ms. Quintana. Is there it is either L-O-U-S-E, and I'm not going to say that, or it is L-O-U-I-S-E. Scott? Ah, Louise, okay.
Good evening, everybody. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Louise Scott, and I'm a proud 7th grader of R.J. Fisher Middle School. I've been a resident here for 7 years, and I was born and raised nearby. As I'm sure you can see, I'm not a veteran yet, but I still have my opinion, how we should treat our veterans. First, location. Perfect. It's high ground, just like a veterans would like it. And it's among 2 of the most respectful people of our community. Scholars, going to the library, of course, and a hard-working policeman. Next, the look/visual of this. I vote no for the brick names. Only scheme. Not only does it take away the artistic appeal, for I know how much our town loves art, it does not pursue our visitors and citizens to explore our town and structure. Having only a visual will truly, figuratively, and descriptively show how our veterans are worth, and if it's not another bench ignored. Well, that's all I have to say. I hope you take my ideas in consideration and say yes to the Veterans Memorial Project, how the veterans want it, and give them what they want. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Very impressive. And with that, we're going to take our break. 10 minutes is much shorter than you think, so we'll reconvene in 10 minutes. I still have 22 cards left. I'm not very good at math, but that's over an hour. And if we ask you questions, it's more than that. So again, I'd ask you if the point you'd like to be made has been made eloquently and well by one of your fellow citizens, if you think about whether or not you need to make it as well. That said, we're happy to take any comments that we get. So we're going to start with Brian Bernasconi, then Tom Griffin, then Michael I'm going to murder this, Frangadakis. Sorry. Brian Bernasconi.
You ready?
Ready.
My name is Brian Bernasconi. I am a Arts and Culture Commissioner for the town of Los Gatos. I was asked to be here tonight. I thought that you guys might have questions. There's a couple of things that have been said that I will address. First and foremost, I have great respect and reverence for the veterans, the foundation, the people that have put this concept forward. They've been very cordial and cooperative in working with the Arts and Culture Commission and getting the information discussed. The dialogue was civil and respectful. To Kent Hillhouse's remarks that we had recommended that the statues be reduced in size, we didn't make that recommendation. That was discussed at one point, but the recommendations I would just like to point out were the ones that were written that were submitted to the council. Those were the recommendations we made. So anything else that says that we made other recommendations, the recommendations are the ones that were submitted to the council. I really appreciate the democratic process. I think this is fantastic that we're able to do this, and I appreciate that, that our freedoms are protected and that is something that we can all share and that we have that ability to have this conversation. Other than that, I'm yours if you have questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bernasconi, and let me just thank you and the Arts Commission, and as well as the foundation members who participated in the meetings over the holidays. We appreciate you taking that time to do that. I know that there's probably questions for you, Councilman Renmi.
So sort of the questions I asked Ms. Gilmore in the beginning, the Arts Commission kind of eliminated most of the elements. So an arbor is okay. I guess the first question is, so the space up top really needs to be kind of shared between the museum and the memorial. The arbor as its current size, is that a shareable size or is it a shareable design?
It wasn't asked of the Arts and Culture Commission to redesign the project. We, in fact, actively avoided trying to redesign the project. So the idea that I'm going to sit here and tell you what our design ideas are is impossible because we don't have any as a body, if that answers your question. So I guess what I'm trying to say is those decisions would need to be made sometime in the future by you, by an independent committee, by the public process for deciding these things.
So probably the same answer to the second part of that is, what kinds of elements would be of interest to the Arts Commission to have up there?
In the plaza, on the upper deck?
So the way I phrased the question before is if you have an arbor and maybe some bricks, that doesn't seem like it says much of a memorial. What can we add to make it a memorial?
I think that there's the possibility before us to delve into that question and come up with some very creative ideas and implement some potential well, we can get creative about that, I think, as a community. There's a lot of creative people here, and so I believe that we're going to be able to satisfy that question with an outstanding answer if we are willing to take the time and go through the process for deciding those things.
I'll let Steve ask one.
Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Mr. Bernasconi, is it my understanding that the Arts Commission is okay with the 5 figures, provided that it was placed in an alternate location, such as the Redwood Grove or the other space?
The statuaries, as far as the Arts Commission were concerned, now I'll go on record by saying that it wasn't unanimous necessarily, but the majority of the people who were made up that committee seemed to suggest that lifelike figures, statuaries, would be acceptable in one of those other two alternative locations.
Right.
So statuaries, and I've heard it said tonight also that you don't want to stick this off in some corner somewhere. I don't find that Redwood Grove to be some corner somewhere. It's at the front of the Civic Center. It's visible from the street, and it's a very large location. There's a great deal of space there. It's a very prominent location. It's not being stuffed off into some corner somewhere. It's at the front of the Civic Center, and given the license to do so, the foundation could design a beautiful and very impactful memorial in that location.
Thank you.
Other questions? Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Clarification. I thought I heard Council Member Leonardis ask you, as a representative of the Arts Commission, if the Arts Commission was accepting of the 5 figures. As I read your recommendation, statuary was acceptable in 1 or 2 locations, but you didn't weigh in on those 5 figures. Am I missing something here?
Maybe that the commission or the committee that I was a part of didn't actually make a decision about the 5 figures versus 1 figure. I think that the committee said between 1 and 5 figures was the language that was actually used.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to just follow up on that a little bit if I can. What I understood you to say, and I understand the recommendation, is statuary, whatever it may be, which the commission hasn't made any decision on, whatever that may be, would be appropriate in one of the 2 other locations, not at the center of the plaza. Is that the commission recommendation, as I understand it?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Thank you, Mr. Bernasconi. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Tom Griffin, Michael, you know who you are, and Sarah Wright.
Honored Council, you've got my name. I'm a veteran. I did 3 years at war. I got shot and stabbed. I totally agree with the young man earlier. Some people just don't get it, what the veterans have done and what they continue to do. But I want to tell you that this is not a war memorial, not in the least. While there have been periods of war, the peace periods are longer, thank God. Now, what does the military do during peace? I think I want to kind of educate a little bit. Today, there's over 160,000 military serving in over 150 countries worldwide. Now, what do? Certainly in war. They assist developing countries and those who ask in communications, medical, natural emergencies, training, all infrastructure and public workers, financial aid, educating and teaching the teachers and the people, agricultural support, mechanical training and support, digging wells in remote villages, veterinary services. We don't think about this, but in some of those countries, mosquitoes are a problem. They kill people. And many other helps. It's humanitarian assistance. So, I think you recall the tsunami in Indonesia. 5 years ago, 200,000 died. There were 2 Navy carriers there. They can power 100,000 people's cities each. They can feed 10,000 meals 3 times a day. They have 260-bed hospitals. They were all there, while the CBs were fixing homes and cleaning the beaches. You recall the Haiti earthquake? 300,000 died there. All of our military was there. Every one of them. And what did they do? Food, shelter, medical, safety, riot and looting control, and you name it. The military did it to help. That's not war. Most of the time, the military is not at war. I think you remember Katrina. The military was there, just like I mentioned in Haiti. Everything was done by the military. I think you all saw the pictures of the guard people in the little rubber boats rescuing people. And now Ebola. Army's got 3,000 people in that country. They're risking their lives to help others. That's not war. And I am sick of hearing people say this is to war. A war memorial? I think not.
Human Compassion, Assistance, and Service Memorial, yes. And if this was a memorial to war, I think all the veterans would stand up as one and oppose it. This is truly a memorial to first providers and
Mr.
courage to
Griffin?
those who cared and dared.
Thank you very much. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Appreciate your speaking. Michael Frangadakis. Sarah Wright. Paul Smith. Paul Smith.
Madam Mayor, you are not the first to have a problem with my name.
Good.
Esteemed council, fellow citizens, my name is Mike Frangidakis. I have lived, worked, and raised my family in Los Gatos area since 1978. I am also the president and founder of the Los Gatos Veterans Memorial and Support Foundation. 2 years ago, I reminded the town council, as they were honoring local Rotarians, that Los Gatos is the only major municipality in Santa Clara County without some form of tribute to their veterans. The next day, Steve Rice, the mayor at the time, called me and asked if I would chair a committee to erect a tribute to all veterans in Los Gatos. He agreed with me that the perfect location would be at the non-working fountain in the center of Park Center Plaza. He said our project would solve the town's problem of what to do with that barren eyesore and maintenance nightmare. Our citizens would have an area they could be proud of, a place to celebrate freedom for all. As president of the Veterans Board, I am asking, I'm begging for a final vote tonight from the council to grant the building of a Veterans Memorial at the center of Park Center Plaza with statuary. I want to say thanks to the council, my committee, and all the supporters. I also want to say thank you to those who oppose us. They are proof that because of our veterans in this country, everyone can speak their minds without fear of reprisal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor.
Oh,
Yes.
do you have a question? Councilman Leonards.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Mr. Frangidakis, have you ever considered incorporating an American flag into the group of 5 soldiers? A real American flag, perhaps a bronze pole, but a real flag that will wave in the wind?
Yes.
And
we were told by the
that's still-
council 2 years ago when we started the project that they would prefer that an American flag not be placed in the plaza.
by the
It was recommended.
Please, no sound effects.
It was recommended that because of, you got me excited. here.
That one's okay. Hissing's.
Don't get me excited about the flag. I don't want to make that an issue. We recognize and respect the fact that the flag poles are in front here, in the front of where the street is. And that's really the recommendation. There were already flags in the area. And so that was never really carried on any forward. I always wanted a flag to be placed up on the hillside, up on the terrace, so when we have a Veterans Memorial, a Veterans celebration of some kind, a bugler could sound whatever was appropriate for the day and raise or lower the flag appropriately. I thought that's where the flagpole should go in honor of our memorial. But that kind of got tabled. We haven't taken it any further.
One more follow-up. So there were some citizens who were concerned about a show of force, might, strength, with the 5 soldiers. So I guess the question becomes, what objects are they holding? I mean, has that been decided?
That hasn't really been decided, and those are just renderings. That is not actually what is to be built. We have not had a chance to really put the exact statuary there yet. That's to be approved at a later date. This is a conceptual drawing of statuary that we'd like to place, but those are not the actual figures. We can place as many females as we need to. We can place as many minorities as we need to, according to the wishes of the council. And so that is just a preliminary drawing.
But
There are no weapons in those figures, by the way.
okay, thank you. That would have been my next question.
Yes.
So,
As the general said, this is, and I think Colonel Griffin also said, this is not a war memorial. I want to make that real clear. It never had the intent to be known as a war memorial. This is a celebration of freedom. I don't think anybody spoke yet to the fact that if you see there's the eternal flame in the center. So this memorial is a tribute not only to the veterans, but it's for the celebration of peace and freedom, something that everybody in this room, I hope, respects. And we think it's really I personally, and I think a lot of us feel, that the most appropriate place would be right on top of this town council chamber for a celebration of peace and freedom.
right, thank you.
Other questions? Councilman Rennie.
So I guess my question is really about the size of the figures. You've gone down from 17 to 9, I understand. 9 still sounds like it might be large to some people. Some of the comments have been that the whole thing is overwhelming, and that may have something to do with the size of the statuary. Can we go shorter than 9 feet, or is there significance to 9 feet? Can I explain that a little bit?
No, not at all. Again, we can go up and down depending on how this all plays out. I think what we're asking the council to grant us this evening is that you just simply grant us, after over 2 years of a lot of hours and hard work from very dedicated fellow board members, the fact that you will let us have this memorial on top of the town council chambers in the center of Park Center Plaza with some sort of statuary to be approved by you at a later date. But we would like to move forward. And to postpone or delay or ask for a whole different group of statues at this point is, quite frankly, a waste of time, and we're tired. We have met every week, I think every single week, at least once or twice or 3 times a week for over 2 years. There's most of the people that have done it. They're the most dedicated and wonderful people I've ever worked with or served with. And for the lady, I don't know if she's still here, this is my personal view. If you've ever been in a situation where the enemy is coming after you and they're coming through the wire, you hope that those soldiers are big, strong, and repel the enemy, because if you don't, they will kill you. And thank God that most Americans have not had that experience. Those of us that have had, respect that. And believe me, none of us want to go to war. I think it's the most horrible thing human beings can do to each other. I can't even believe it's 2015 and we're still having war in the world. But there are third world countries that want to come after us, whether it's with...
So, Mr. Frangidakis, you're getting a little bit off the point of the topic. Appreciate your comments.
Yes.
But we have 20 cards left, so...
Sound like my wife.
You know, what can we do? That's what...
Thank you very much.
If I was a guy, you'd say I was muscular and I beat people up. So, thank you. We appreciate your comments. Sarah Wright, Paul Smith, Scott Plotz, who may have put a card in for the wrong thing, but Sarah Wright.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council, thank you very much for having me tonight. I gave myself away earlier. I'm not a Los Gatos resident. I'm from East San Jose, but it is my pleasure to be here. I work as a council assistant currently for the Vice Mayor of San Jose, and I worked for 4 years for former Mayor Chuck Reed in San Jose, both Air Force veterans. It was my pleasure to work for them. I have great respect for veterans. Both of my grandfathers are veterans in Korea and Vietnam, cousins in Afghanistan, and my ex was a Marine. Unfortunately, you never stop loving a Marine, but and I like them muscly too. So, and I am not a veteran, and for that reason, I could never pretend to know what a veteran would want, what they think, would be right in a situation like this. But earlier today, I had the pleasure of hearing from General Hillhouse and other fantastic veterans through the Santa Clara County Veterans Voices Collaborative, and they asked for speakers to come and speak in support of this. And who would know better than a general about what a veteran would want, what they would deserve, and all the other people who've worked for years on this. And so I can't think of anything better. I think it's very representative. I think it looks very nice and, you know, shows the diversity of all of the veterans that have served through all of the wars throughout history in the United States. And so with that said, I appreciate the opportunity to speak. And, you know, I think that the location in the front of the Civic Center would be appropriate. Don't let it be a symbol, the placement be a symbol of where so many veterans have ended up before, over on the side. Put them where they deserve in the front. And I appreciate your time in this, and also the Arts Commission for their input on this. And I wish, I wish that you'll make the right decision. And it's nice to see you, Laurel and Matt. We miss you in San Jose.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Thanks for the shout out to Laurel and Matt. Paul Smith, Scott Plotz, Suzette Austin.
Yeah, Paul Smith. Sorry I got here a little late. I was listening to the president and then the rebuttal. It was very interesting. I thought both sides presented themselves very well. And here, there's been a lot more emotion than I heard on the presidential debates, pro and con. I have the greatest admiration for all the other veterans here. Now, myself, I spent 3.5 years in the Far East during the Vietnam and the Korean Wars. So you can see I'm a little long in the tooth. I'd spent my entire adult life in the military until after 28 years, I retired, came to Los Gatos, where I hope to not go back to any more wars. Outside the council chamber, that is. Now, I was somewhat involved peripherally with a similar thing. Scott Herhold just happened to have a column this morning. I said, oh my God, Scott Herhold's column this very day echoed
Mr. Smith, can I ask you to direct your comments to the council?
Okay.
Thanks.
Well, Mr. Herhold's column is worthy of, if you don't take a final vote tonight, I think you ought to take a look at it. At least you can say there's one vote in favor of what he said from me. Because what happened was there was a Vietnam memorial in Washington, D.C., which one of my acquaintances headed up the opposition to it. He wanted statues. And since it was Ross Perot, who's one of our richest billionaires, and an American hero. I think he's a great guy, a brilliant guy, but he thought that to put a wall with the names, not to have statues, made it a gash of shame. People were against that Vietnam memorial. It's a terrible thing. And they finally did let him put up the statues, but gee, they put them off on the side. Well, they put them up on a hill, a grassy knoll. It's up very nearby. It's in the same property, but it doesn't interfere with the wall, nor the wall with the wall. And the wall is the thing that everybody goes to see. They pass by the statues, they admire it, it's a nice memorial. But it's like the other million statues in Washington, whereas you go to the memorial wall, and I go and I can put my hand on the names of 3 or 4 people that I served with. I flew wing with Oscar Morterer, who died in Vietnam. And the symbolism of the wall with the names, as I think the symbolism would eventually come to be understood by those people who are opposed to this idea. They want the statues. I know it's impressive. It looks real good. And Ross couldn't be gainsaid. He finally got enough contributions. They put up the statues. And it really is a better than average memorial. But I think even Perot now agrees that it's good that it's separated a little bit from the main memorial, which is recognition of the names. Another memorial that I think of very much like our Vietnam memorial in Washington is in Plymouth, England, where they have...
Mr. Smith, I'm sorry, but your time is up.
Okay,
so we'll Google Plymouth, England, and we'll figure it out.
Okay, I'll just mention that in Plymouth, overlooking the channel,
Sir, thank you. Your time is up. We've got 20 cards behind you.
Okay.
Appreciate your comments.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
They have names instead of statues, too, and it doesn't take away from the honor at all.
Thank you very much. Scott Plotz. Suzanne Austin, Dave Knapp.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and thank you for supporting the Veterans Memorial. I am here for another item 7 on the agenda, but after hearing some comments, I thought I would make a brief statement myself. I'm a combat veteran as well. In 1988 to 1992, I was in the United States Army flying on a crew chief mission and was in Iraq, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia, in Desert Shield and Desert Storm. I was with the 101st, 82nd at my combat patches, 18th Airborne Corps. I heard some statements here tonight that greatly saddened me. I would definitely not agree that a memorial represents a dedication to war. I think that's really unfortunate that people have that perception. The last people who want to go to war are those who actually have to fight. A memorial is to honor those men and women who served to protect our country, to sustain the very democratic process we are participating in right now. Our Commander-in-Chief gives the order, and the men and women bravely step up to take action and hope that their efforts help the people of America to sustain the American way. As Major General Hillhouse just stated, they've made a lot of concessions and conformed to prior requests for modifications, and I support the recommendations of the Los Gatos Veterans Memorial and thank them for their efforts and all my peers in here who have served for their country. Thank you.
Thank you. Suzette Austin, Dave Knapp, and Sandra James.
Honorable Mayor and council members, my name is Suzette Austin. My son, Ryan O'Reilly, was born in Los Gatos, grew up in Los Gatos, and attended local schools. In 2001, the day he graduated from Santa Clara University, he was commissioned in the Army. Since then, he served in Iraq, Korea, 2 tours of Afghanistan, as well as the Pentagon, on Capitol Hill as Barbara Boxer's military affairs advisor, and in Europe, representing NATO. He's currently stationed at Fort Carson, Colorado. Major O'Reilly departed on his most recent assignment to Afghanistan this past April on his 35th birthday, less than 2 weeks after his wedding day. He still considers Los Gatos home, and he and his new bride were home for the holidays. He took his wife to see the new library. Growing up, he had spent many hours in the old one. He also wanted to see the upper deck where the memorial might be located with statuary, commemorating his service and the service of others in his hometown. I hope you'll approve the motion as proposed.
Thank you. Dave Knapp, Sandra James, Ed Lucy.
Dave Knapp, 68 Mariposa in Los Gatos. I want to thank you for your time and for your service. I was city manager in Cupertino when the Veterans Memorial was built there. Initially, the city was, I think, somewhat lukewarm, and there were a handful of people who wanted to marginalize the memorial. But once it got under construction, money and in-kind services actually poured in. Support was intense and universal. The Veterans Memorial is the first place most residents take visitors to see when they come to Cupertino. And hundreds, literally hundreds, who had never participated in the life of the community became activated and became active members of the community. It's interesting to note that about 2/3 of the people who live in Cupertino are immigrants or the children of immigrants. And I think they have an appreciation for the freedoms and those who defend them that while we tend to be a little bit inured and distant and take those issues for granted. So please give the Veterans Memorial the location it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra James, Ed Lucy, and Tyler Kemp.
Madam Mayor and City Council, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Sandy James, and I am a former mayor of Cupertino and co-founder and president of the Cupertino Veterans Memorial. And I had the pleasure of working with Dave Knapp for many years. In fact, I stole him from you. So,
thanks a lot. Your time's up.
Sitting sitting here and listening to this, although this committee has asked for my help or advice over the years on numerous occasions, I had to go through my mind again our process, and I have to admit to you that the idea of a memorial in Cupertino came to me when I was sitting up on the dais, just like you are, and when I stepped down on term limits in January of 2006, the first thing I said to the audience that was there was, I sure would like to get involved with whatever group is going to work on a Veterans Memorial. And the next thing I knew, I was the president. But we designed, raised $750,000, built our memorial, and dedicated it in 18 months. So as I sit here and listen to this group who has spent years and still don't have a dedicated space, I am a little surprised at that. I will tell you, though, that they cannot get a firm design until they have a location. Our designer, Paul Lettieri, when I asked him to design a memorial, I took him to Memorial Park, showed him the location. He designed 5 designs for us. We all selected the same one. It was actually a pretty simple decision. But until you have a location, you literally cannot design your memorial. And I would caution you to focus on the design you see here tonight, a statue, not a statue, 5 people, 1 person. Nobody knows the answer to that now. What they do know is that this is the location they would like. It's the best location according to what I'm hearing and probably what you're hearing. And they need the freedom to take the next step and come up with a design that they will bring back to you for approval. I'll also tell you that our memorial, if you haven't seen it, please do come. Be my guest. I will show it to you. It is Washington, D.C. caliber. It incorporates a wall of honor and a first responders wall, as well as a statue with 2 Navy SEALs that happen to have weapons that have been wonderfully received. We've never had one complaint at all from anyone. We are an international city, you know that. You're our neighbor. And all the immigrants and everybody brings their children. They're all happy. We have anywhere from 800 to 3,000 people at our Veterans Day ceremony every year, which I do. Please come, 11/11/11. And I'm here mainly to answer any questions you might have.
Your time's up. Let's see if you have any questions. If you do not, thank you very much. Ed Lucy, Tyler Kemp, Terry Leary.
Thank you for letting me speak on this issue. I'm Ed Lucy. I've lived here for 45 years. I was a industrial designer for 50 years, career in industrial design. And I want to speak, first of all, I want to congratulate the veterans for proposing a memorial. And I think it's a good idea. I don't think somebody said we wouldn't be here tonight if it weren't for the bravery of our veterans. I'm a veteran, and my brother was a veteran in the Korean War, and my concern is about the aesthetics, and having a career in doing that sort of thing in design. My concern is with this beautiful building that we have here, mid-century modern architecture, which is a tribute to the city, I believe. And I'm going to try and be brief here, but to maintain that beautiful appearance of the original architecture, I would object to anything on the plaza. If the fountain is inoperable and is going to be decommissioned, it seems to me, I'm not a structural engineer, but if the drainage could be worked out on the structure that's there, why couldn't it be a planter area to augment the building and designed in a way that, without removing it, would be an addition to the architecture that we have now. No more maintenance with the fountain and that sort of thing. So my issue is with the location of the memorial, and if we could locate it somewhere else and maintain the horizontal character and original design of the building, that would be my recommendation. So thank you for considering that, and please try to arrive at a decision that would place the memorial in another location. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see if there's questions. Thank you, sir. Tyler Kemp, Terry Leary, Tim DeClose.
Good evening. My name is Tyler Kemp. I'm a Los Gatos resident, Los Gatos Wildcat. I haven't gone to high school here in town. And I'm also a U.S. Marine that served from 2000 to 2005 in the infantry in various special operation assignments. I've been asked to describe a little bit of my journey from Los Gatos to Iraq, and I will do so, but keep it very brief. After high school here, I went to boot camp at School of Infantry in San Diego, was able to defer my active duty obligation until after I completed my degree. However, September 11th happened about halfway through my time at USC, and I left school indefinitely along with thousands of others of my peers to defend our freedoms and our way of life. So in the year and a half that followed September 11th, I served as a sharpshooter on the Anti-Terror Quick Reaction Force for the Central and Western United States. The following year was part of the initial regimental combat team to push into Iraq, lead the charge up to Baghdad, secure that, and then lastly, as part of Task Force Tripoli, to take the presidential palaces of Saddam Hussein's hometown. So I was proud of my service, and when we were over there in Iraq, it was pretty bare bones on supplies. We received a tremendous amount of support from the town of Los Gatos, so much so that I had to take the shipment, and I was kind of feeding the rest of my platoon with it. I think it was Operation Yellow Ribbon of the Rotary Club. Not tied to the statue, but it's worth honorable mention in my opinion. So to the matter at hand, looks like we're down to location and the style of the memorial. As far as location, I fully support the plaza right above us, in my opinion. Taking something of this magnitude and this importance, and I've got to say it feels tucked away if it's in the Redwood Grove or wherever the other location is. As for the statues, yes, they do evoke emotion, but they're meant to. I mean, this is representative of the people that protect our freedoms. Not just my generation, but generations past. The Marine Corps Memorial, I may be a little biased on this one, but those are statues of 5 Marines and 1 Navy Corpsman raising the flag at Iwo Jima. It's one of the most emotional tributes there is out there. So, with that being said, I fully support what's been said by most of my fellow veterans. And do you have any questions?
Nope, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Terry Leary, Tim DeClose, Bueno Giordano. Terry Leary, are you here? He's gone?
I think he's left.
He's gone, okay.
He's up on Summit Road, so I suppose
Okay.
his wife was here as well.
Tim DeClose?
Yes.
Okay, let me just call the 3 names so everybody can get ready. Rex Naden. Sir.
Yes, good evening. Mayor, Vice Mayor Spector, and the rest of the town council meeting. I moved to Los Gatos 5 years ago, almost today, for the Christmas parade happened to occur on the day that we moved in. At that time, I knew not a soul in this community. In order to get acquainted, I joined the Los Gatos Lions Club. I've had the privilege, I think, of every member here except Rob Rennie, of speaking to my club. I recognize the sacrifice that you do for little pay and spend here listening to our complaints and suggestions, and I honor you as well. I'm here to address this issue. First, I'd like to say that I grew up Catholic. And being a Catholic, what do you do when you go to church? You look at a statue. The Blessed Virgin Mary was something you looked up to and respected. It symbolizes purity. You prayed to Mary, you prayed to Joseph, and of course Jesus in the manger. As I got older, I began to get involved in athletics, and my folks took me to the ballpark, and what did I see? Sports idol. A statue of Willie Mays, of McCovey, of all our heroes. These heroes are making millions and millions of dollars, but they're not heroes. They avoid the service. I spent 6 years in the Marine Corps Reserve, which I'm very proud of. And I think of it every day. I joined the Marine Corps League and the American Legion to support veterans. And I think as a statue should be located in a point where all community would join in our various celebrations. It's vital to us to show the respect to the veterans. I am not a hero. I joined the Marine Corps because I was going to get drafted, and it was the best opportunity for me. Since then, it's done wonders for me. Now, each one of you has spoken to my club, and I'm always looking for members. But of all the members I've had, Willie Buell of Los Gatos High School, who's a colonel in the Marine Corps, is in charge of the Wounded Warrior veterans. He stayed for the whole evening. Afternoon, I had more visitors. I had the speaker, the reporter from the Los Gatos Weekly stayed. They idolized this man in uniform. They recognized what he had done for our community. And you'll get the same respect by putting the statute of whatever you decide at that location. It's a meeting ground for all of us to enjoy this beautiful town. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bueno Giordano, Rex Naden, Ron Cassell or Castle.
Mayor, council members, thank you for giving me a moment to make a presentation on behalf of the Los Gatos Community Foundation, indicating that a vote was put forward after a presentation was made to the Los Gatos Community Foundation, showing them what the Veterans Foundation was proposing, and unanimously the commission voted to approve that. And so I'm bringing that to you tonight. I'm also a retired military. I served 30 years in the California Air National Guard. I'm retired Chief Master Sergeant. Also spent 35 years in this building as a police officer. This was my office, my patrol room, my squad room, my shower room, whatever. So I have a lot of familiarity with this building. This building is, some people say, nice looking. I don't necessarily agree with this building was proposed at the Los Gatos Hotel, that it would have been approved, because I don't really think it matches a lot of stuff. So any improvement and beautification that we can bring forward at no cost to the taxpayers to honor our veterans is a blessing to the town by these volunteers and the people that are going to contribute to that. I'd also like you to understand that we are proposing to recognize first responders, that'd be police and primarily firefighters, but we also would like to recommend some people in some form of plaques on walls. We could put them on the pillars of the harbors, whatever. But we want to recognize first responders. We want to recognize people that did major things to sacrifice themselves. Probably Todd Weber and Mark Beeman have been mentioned earlier. Flight 93 and 9/11 sacrificed themselves for others. I also like to mention that I've lived here all my life. I was born in 1947. I graduated Los Gatos High School. I graduated with Tom Cottrell, Richard Taylor. They were also born both in 1947, and both my good friends that I spent a lot of years together growing up lost their lives in Vietnam in 1968. I don't see anything anywhere in this town that anybody knows that, unless I tell them, or their family tells them, or if you look it up on the Veterans Memorial, but not in this town. And I'd like to respect those two individuals that were my personal friends. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Rex Naden, Ron,
Christina.
you'll correct me,
Okay.
Castle, David Middlebrook.
Hello, I'm Rex Naden, a 25-year citizen of Los Gatos, a member of the Veterans Foundation. I'm not a veteran, but I love my freedom. let's go on to this first slide. You already have my letter discussing alternative memorial locations. Today, I'm going to re-examine the Ivy Redwood area, which is at the top left of this picture. So the next slide, please. Okay, so we have talked to the town arborist, and they say the space between the redwood canopies can be used, which creates the space such as I've shown, which is a fairly small deck, only 7,500 square feet. Sorry, only 750 square feet in this deck, and obviously the sculpture can change, but the space for the deck and for the assembly is very small. In comparison, the main deck upstairs, after deducting the arbor ring and statuary, holds 7,500 square feet, 10 times the space, and including 2,000 square feet of free space within the arbor itself. And that's our design upstairs, which we'll talk about in a minute. So basically, this Ivy Redwood space is too small for citizens, the schools, or the veterans to hold events in association with the memorial. Okay, next slide, please. The other issue here is that cars can park within 20 feet of the memorial, and such placement is disrespectful and not acceptable. Okay, the third, so this is a view from the museum west entrance. Clearly, the monument will be visible from the museum entrance, which with its potential sculptures in the museum, which might be dissonant with the final monument design, whatever that might be. So basically, I'm finding that the Ivy area is not acceptable for placement of the world-class Veterans Memorial. So if you could start the movie. So basically, the only location delivering the prestige and respect we all want to show our veterans is the best location in Los Gatos, a revitalized upper deck plaza location. Now, we're prepared to modify our sculpture to meet the needs of the citizens of Los Gatos, but the location needs to be the center of the plaza upper deck, the best location in Los Gatos. So I'm willing to stand up and be counted for freedom, and I hope all of you are willing to do the same thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You may have questions. Let's see. You do not. Okay, thank you. Mr.
Ron Castle.
Ah.
I've been a teacher and a resident to this community since 1967. Took me 33 years to graduate from Los Gatos High School. Above the door of my home, I have a sign which I'm proud and pleased to display. Home of the free, because of the brave. Tonight, we all stood and we saluted the flag. At the time of the Vietnam conflict, I was a teacher at LGHS, and I was very disappointed to see students dissent, but they had that right. Do you know today how the flag is saluted at Los Gatos High School? Because the general student body, since the time of the Vietnam conflict, has not saluted the flag. How many of you in this room know that? I've traveled a lot of places in the world, and there's been reference tonight of Normandy, where we have a maintained cemetery. There's been reference of San Bruno, but there's also the largest cemetery in the whole world for American troops, and it's not Normandy. It's Manila. Huge, and I've visited it. Very tranquil place, very beautiful place. The days of 9/11, I was on the road going across this United States. I saw the impact at Mount Rushmore. I saw the rest of the nation going through the trauma and the mourning of what happened then. People, it's amazing what I saw the rest of the nation going through. As I came home, I said, we need to ramp up. And so I'm trying to say to you, Council, tonight, ramp up. Give our veterans their due respect. Thank you.
Thank you. John, maybe Fawcett, Clyde Horn, and Anthony Frangidakis. I know now. Yes. I call three so people can be ready.
Oh, okay. So okay. Very good. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is John Ferret. I'm a member of Los Altos Post 558 of the American Legion. I'm also a veteran myself. I served 12 years in the United States Army Reserve and served for that general back there. I'm very proud of his service and our service. I'm also the commissioner for the American Legion here in the Department of California, and here in California for the American Legion. And as the commissioner for the Americanism, I focus on what's important to America. The American Legion teaches our children, our youth about what it is to be an American. And nothing could be more American. Nothing could be more American than this city building atop of this, what I've heard described as a beautiful structure on a fountain that does no longer work, that needs to be repurposed. A memorial for not only the men and women who've worn the uniform of our nation, but for the men and women who serve it every day. They wear badges, guns, they carry fire hoses, and nothing could be more American than for us to remember the service and sacrifice of those who date back to the days that our country was founded, all the way up until the end of our nation. Whenever that happens, we must always remember that those who step forward, and I will say this, I work in hospice, so I do a lot of public speaking about our World War II veterans. Because that's the generation that's primarily being served under hospice today. 95% of our country was involved in the defense of our nation in one capacity or another during World War II. Today, if you take every member of every branch of service and their reserve components, their friends and their families, everybody at Department of Defense, the FBI, the CIA, Homeland Security, all their friends and all their families, and all their neighbors, and you wrap all them together, you do not come up with a number that exceeds 3% of the population of this nation that has anything to do with the service and sacrifice that the men and women in uniform are doing today. And that doesn't count the police and firefighters, by the way. So I guess my point is, what a better place to tell everybody what it's like to be an American is near a museum and a library, to teach them about the service and sacrifice of those who have served and worn the uniform of our nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Clyde Horn, Anthony Frangidakis, and Jim Free.
Good evening. I'm Clyde Horn, a Foundation Board member, Vietnam veteran, 1967-68, in combat, Purple Heart recipient. It's important to the Veterans Memorial Foundation that we have human figures in the town's memorial. And I'd like to give you 10 reasons why. First of all, we're able to represent women in the military by including 2 female figures that currently represent 20% of the women serving in the military today. We are able to represent a person of color that includes the diversity of those who defend our freedom throughout the military. We honor, number 3, we honor all veterans by showing the 5 branches of the services: Army, Marine Corps, Navy, Air Force, and Coast Guard. 4, we are able to show the 5 figures in a circle surrounding the eternal flame. this powerful image of the generations that gave us the gift of expression, freedom of religion, freedom of speech, freedom to be equal no matter what our race. 5, we realize that when you walk up to the 5 figures, you will see the watchkeepers who guard us while we sleep, while we play, and while we walk freely in our streets without ever knowing they're there. 6, the circle is the everlasting commitment to one another. Even if you're against what's being proposed tonight, the peacemakers protect you, encircle you, watch over you. Number 7, walk up to the 5 soldiers, and you will see your father, your mother, your wife, husband, son, daughter, grandparents, grandchildren, your family of the generations up to today who serve their country, protect, and care for you and your freedom. Number 8, the eternal flame in the center is the light of hope, compassion, and remembrance that millions of soldiers died, paving the way so you and I could be here tonight, deciding or not whether Los Gatos wants to honor our heritage in a tangible, central way. Why human figures? So I can take my grandchildren up and talk to them about my service. And finally, there's no guessing or interpretation. It is what it is. It's a world-class tribute, truly a veterans memorial, front and center. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anthony Frangidakis, Jim Free, Steve Rice.
Hi, my name is Anthony Frangidakis. I was born and raised in Los Gatos. And the question that I want to ask everybody tonight is, who is this memorial for? In the last few months working on this project, I've seen a lot of, I love it, or I hate it, or I think it should be moved because I want to use the plaza, or I think it should be abstract instead of realistic, or I this or I that. But what everyone needs to keep in mind is who this memorial is for. It is for the veterans. What do they want? What do they deserve? This memorial is to honor the veterans and the first responders of Los Gatos, past, present, and future. This memorial also honors the heroes of Flight 93, ordinary citizens of Los Gatos, not soldiers, who on September 11th, 2001 stood up to the terrorists and gave their lives fighting to save countless innocent and unsuspecting Americans on the ground. That could have been any one of us in this room. Anyone in this room could have been on that flight just trying to get home that day. But it wasn't us. It was Mark Bingham and it was Todd Beamer, 2 personal heroes of mine. Honestly, ask yourselves, how do we honor them? And what's best for Los Gatos? By doing the bare minimum of a memorial? By making it small and abstract and putting it off in the ivy and the weeds so that nobody knows that it's there and so nobody knows what it's looking at? No, that's outrageous. These alternative locations are not good enough for our veterans. Los Gatos is an exceptional town, and its heroes deserve, and we need to approve a world-class memorial at the center of the plaza. The veterans want, and we need to approve a realistic concept for this memorial. That is how we show them that the town that they love appreciates their service and their sacrifice. The Veterans Memorial Foundation has put blood, sweat, and tears into this for over 2 years. So I say to the town council tonight, in the words of Todd Beamer, let's roll.
Thank you. Jim Free and Steve Rice.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, I want to thank you for addressing the Veterans Memorial issue that's in front of you this evening. My name is Jim Free. I'm the president and CEO of the Campbell Veterans Memorial in Campbell. And as you may know, coincidentally, we are currently building a new Veterans Memorial in downtown Campbell, right next to City Hall, overlooking the Orchard City Green. And one of the most encouraging things that has happened over the last few years while we've been involved in this effort has been the overwhelming support for this project, not only from the Campbell community, but from the entire West Valley and beyond, and that includes the town of Los Gatos. The Veterans Memorial Committee has expended a considerable amount of time, has been presented, and to come up with a design for the memorial, and it has also shown considerable flexibility. The memorial has been depicted by some as a war memorial, and if I can just add one more thing, there isn't a veteran out there that wants to aggrandize war in any way. So most of the rest of what I say, or what I was going to say, has already been pretty eloquently expressed to you. And so I'm not going to repeat that. But I will share something that's a little personal. There's something out there called a Gold Star family. And that's a family that's lost a member in combat. And I belong to one of those families. I have an uncle, Uncle Huey Burris, that hitchhiked out at the age of 16 years old from Missouri to California to join the Marines. And this was right at the beginning of World War II. He heard that calling. He was 16 years old. He lied about his age. He went into the Marine Corps. He went through boot camp in Southern California. And he was assigned to the 19th Marine Division, which was the first division that established a beachhead on Guam. And that was a turning point, a major turning point in that war, because they established that island and it became a turning point. He lost his life there, and he's buried over there today, barely 17 years old. And that's part of what this memorial is about. And I hope you consider where it's planning, where the Campbell veterans, or where the get emotional here, where the Los Gatos Memorial wants to place this, what it means, and what it stands for.
Thank you.
You very much.
Thank you. Steve Rice.
Mayor Jensen, Vice Mayor Spector, members of the council, thank you. It's a little different being on this side, but it was my honor to sit behind that dais for 4 years, and one of the greatest honors I had was to start the process that hopefully you're going to finish this evening. Let's start with the recognition that what sits above us, the current plaza, is less than ideal. We've heard a lot of comments about how we want to be sympathetic to the architecture of the existing Civic Center, and I agree with that. But anybody who has walked across that plaza in the summer knows that it is completely and totally unusable as it currently stands. Mike Frangidakis approached me and asked about putting together a Veterans Memorial in the town of Los Gatos, and it was a process that answered questions on both sides. It gave the Veterans Memorial, and it solved a huge problem for the town of Los Gatos, getting rid of an eyesore. When I made the motion, 3 locations, and only 3 locations, were approved for this memorial. The pageant grounds, which were after that were redesigned and have since been built, the flagpole area of the front lawn, and the center of the plaza. No other locations were approved in that motion. Not the Redwood Grove, not between the museum and the police department. The current design and location are outstanding. It would make the center plaza usable in the summer. Shade, greenery, beauty. And as anybody who has been in the presence of the memorials in DC, at the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, at the Korean War Memorial, or at the Marine Memorial recognizing Iwo Jima, it demands reflection, it demands respect, it demands contemplation. Yes, they evoke emotion, but they're positive emotions about what this country really means. What I ask you to do tonight is approve a conceptual design of arbors and statuary for the center plaza above us. Allow the Veterans Memorial Foundation to bring back 2 or 3 designs for the statuary for your approval. We originally left out the Arts and Culture Commission quite intentionally because their sensibilities are different. Art and culture is different than a memorial. I ask that you approve this and that you have it brought back to the council for final approval of the design of the statuary. Thank you.
Thank you. David Middlebrook, I'm sorry. I called your name, but then you didn't come up. So my apologies.
Oh, sorry, I went to the bathroom, but I thought I had time. Well, I've really enjoyed hearing all the comments from all the people that spoke. I came here with, I was quite surprised to actually be here because I was called by a friend and said, you know, you're an artist, you're a sculptor, you have done so many public art pieces, you should probably go down and hear what they have to say, and I'm really glad I did. And I do think I've changed my opinion to some degree since I've been here. But I also see that there's so much already in motion that my comments may not be of any value. Basically, there's a long-established process for the construction of public art, and it usually has to do with funding as the first element, so that the money's in place, so the money is established as a budget, and that budget drives everything. It tells the story of how much space, how large, the cost of materials, the labor. But part of that budget is the process, and the process usually involves the initiating group to find a concept that they want to address, and usually a site. And then there's a issue of hiring a jury, an established group of professionals, and then there's enormous, I guess you would call it, call for artists, as broad and wide as they want to throw the net. In the process of that happening, what happens is the budget really dictates the stature of the artists who apply. And for the budget that's being talked about, $750,000, this would have been a worldwide search, because that's a very major budget. That's the kind of budget that you hear about for GSA buildings or for major, you know, like the New York World Trade Center project, things like that. So that process usually generates a number of outstanding presentations. Those presentations are winnowed down or called by the jury, and when a number of outstanding projects are selected, then it usually goes into a public arena where the public gets involved. They may have a presentation of 8 or 10 projects that they then narrow down to 3. Those 3 are then asked to do a more comprehensive presentation with a model, with drawings, with material samples, and they hire designers and engineers. And then a decision is made, usually by the jury, with the approval of the overriding group. So I don't know if all that happened. I'm only here to comment that that's the process that I've gone through on numerous occasions. But I do want you to know that I totally support the idea of a Veterans Memorial. I totally support the location in this site if it is the right location for the right design. And I also completely want to thank the Veterans Committee for all their hard work, because I know some of them personally. And I want to thank you people for being in a position to help make this process go forward.
Thank you, Mr. Middlebrook. I don't see any questions. That's my last card, so I'm going to close the public hearing. It is 10:20, and I am going to look to my fellow council members as to how they wish to proceed this evening. If they do want to, and for those of you that are here for item 7, my apologies. I don't think there's any way we're getting to it. I would be shocked. So, sorry, but I hope you found this edifying, or there may be a miracle and we'll get to item 7, but that would be amazing. So I'm going to look to other Councilman Leonardis.
I'll dive in first. I'm going to start out with something I think everybody agrees on, which is the enhancements to the Civic Center, the arbor itself, I don't think there was any disagreement. I had asked several folks about that during the public testimony, and that is also the recommendation by the Arts Commission. Really, it seems that the only disagreement was about the statue being located in the center of the arbor. And it sounds like there's still plenty of opportunity for interpretation of what that statue might look like. I know there was concerns from some members of the public, as well as great support for what it represents. And I'm trying to think about this whole thing, and if the statue were to be relocated somewhere else, I think it would take away from the arbor itself, because there would just be a big arbor there with nothing in the center of it, almost similar to what there is now. It's an empty fountain area. So with that said, I do support the recommendations listed in the staff report, and I do, after hearing the public testimony, support the idea of some kind of statue in the center, or some kind of item of interest in the center of that arbor area, because I think that's what really brings the significance. I think relocating it to the other areas would take away from the significance of it. Now, how significant must it be? That's also still up for interpretation, and I look to the wisdom of my other council members perhaps down the road to weigh in on this, this whole subject. I'll pause for now.
Thank you, Councilman Leonardis. I was kind of looking to see if people wanted to actually go ahead, but Councilman Leonardis has jumped right in there. Let's see if there's any questions of staff before we continue discussion. Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. First, I want to do disclosures, and then I have a question of staff. And I'm assuming all the council people will do their disclosures. At one point, and at this point, I actually don't remember when it was. I think it was last year. I met with the veterans group, and I think it was pretty much the entire committee. And at that time, I seem to recall that I was shown three potential I'm going to call it memorial. That's one of my issues. But anyway, three potential memorials. And one of them was, two of them were similar to what is depicted up here, but they had a lot more, many more elements. And one was more like an umbrella structure. So there are things that I saw that we haven't seen as part of the public process. So that is a disclosure. My question comes from the last speaker, who said that with $750,000 for artwork, that would be a world-class call for art. And for staff, is the amount of money for the artwork $750,000?
I've heard a couple of different numbers that the foundation has put forward. So $750,000 is one figure, $1 million is another figure. Staff hasn't seen the final proposal for the final cost, but certainly any type of memorial that the foundation, similar to any of the ones the foundation are putting forward, would be quite a large sum. But staff doesn't have definitive numbers to share with council at this time.
Thank you.
Let's just do our disclosures, and then we'll see if there's other questions. Councilman Rennie.
Okay, I met at the same time with Councilwoman Sayak with the foundation. It must have been early December, I think. Also, the December 1st Parks Commission meeting, we had a presentation then from Dueno Giordano. I believe that's the only times I've met with the foundation. I think I may have received an email or something with the design. I also noted that the design seemed to be evolving each time that I saw it.
Councilwoman well, I'll do it. So I met with also the Veterans Foundation. I was going to say November, but since our meeting was November 4th, it was probably before that. So I'm not sure when. And yes, I did see another tree-like structure along with the single soldier depiction. So this is the first time that we're getting this one. I've also talked with other members of the community regarding the proposal, including members of the Arts Commission and people associated with the museum. Councilwoman Sea, or I'm sorry, Councilwoman Leonardis, you haven't done it yet.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. And I was under the impression that I disclosed before the last meeting in November 4th, but maybe I didn't. But I did meet with the group, the Veterans Foundation, and they also had shown me, I think it was 3 examples, and I think there was some dialogue about one of the examples this evening being structurally not a possibility. But in any event, I've also read all your letters. Thank you. And I haven't had any conversations with members of the Arts Commission.
Councilwoman Sayak.
Thank you. As Councilmember Rennie said, I was present at the meeting with the foundation where we did listen to the presentation. There were 2 versions that were shown to us at that time. One was this as currently on the screen, as well as the 16-foot statuary that I believe was presented November 4th. I have met with people that have concerns with the statuary, both as it's on the screen as well as what was originally presented, viewed all the tapes, and have also gone out myself to adjacent cities to see what their memorials have been like and use that as a comparison or possible ideas of what we may do moving forward.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff before I send it back to council discussion? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. The only question I have is logistics of an eternal flame. Does that require a natural gas line being run, and whose gas is that going to be, and all those kinds of things?
Yeah, so staff's unable to answer those questions right now. So the proposal, the conceptual proposal that has been presented to you in the November conceptual drawing and this drawing doesn't have the specifics of what that eternal flame will be consisted of. So it is staff's understanding that whatever design the council approves, that those details will be developed and hashed out and worked through the town permitting process if that is what it permits.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Yes.
There's been a lot of questions, concerns tonight about public process, and so I wanted to know for myself, moving forward, regardless of the decision, what happens? My understanding is this is the veterans' responsibility in building it and maintaining it. It is, they would become the applicant. Would it follow normal procedures as an applicant presenting to the town, or because it's on town property? Are there other sets of parameters that we need to consider?
Thank you. Let me just jump in and assist Christina here. Yes, there, depending upon the scope of the decision of the town council, there would be a permitting process along with environmental clearance that would avail itself to the public to participate. There are 3 possible levels of review. It could be our development review committee, it could be the planning commission, or the town council could require the final design to be decided by yourselves.
And if I may, just a follow-up. So all the issues that had been raised, such as the structural integrity of the fountain, the passability on the plaza, all those types of issues, we don't need to worry about in a conceptual design. Those would be vetted out at further dates.
That is correct. We do an interdisciplinary review of all development applications with our engineering staff, building staff, planning, and others as needed. And you would have the benefit of all of that information, or whomever the deciding body ultimately becomes.
And if I, just one more question. The redwood grove that was mentioned today, as I stand before it, there are several trees, and there are several areas that one could put a sculpture. And so I guess it's to you. When the Arts Commission discussed the Redwood Grove, was there any particular limitation in where exactly? I know one of the concerns I heard was proximity to the parking. And I see that's a legitimate concern. So are there areas that are better than others based on what the town arborist said, or based on the tree canopy? Any parameters that we need to be considering?
No, the Art Commission didn't provide any parameters for that location.
I don't see any other questions, so thank you. So we have heard from Councilman Leonardis, and I would look to other members of the council for comments, questions, or even a stab at a motion. Councilman Rennie?
Mine, I guess I'm somewhat similar to what Councilman Leonardis said. I actually think I pretty much agree with Mr. Frangidakis, see if I can say that name, request that we at least partially move forward. So it seems reasonable to me that we approve the location of the center of the plaza upstairs with the arbors, and ask that they come back with, 2, 3, 4 designs for what to put in the middle of. I guess we say, yes, they can have statuary. I'd like to see them consider maybe minimizing statuary with some other elements. I think it was, I'm starting to get tired, the Cupertino mayor suggested they had some things that mixed statuary with other elements that looked good. Process-wise, I'd like to still see the art community work with them. I know that may not let them move as fast as they want, but to try to come up with a better something that's more tolerable with the statuary, I guess. I think that was all my comments.
Anybody else? Okay. Councilwoman Sayak.
Okay, so first, on behalf of my family, I do want to thank the Veterans Foundation for the efforts that you've brought forward in bringing this. My father and father-in-law were both Vietnam veterans, career Navy. I spent 18 years living on naval bases, so I certainly understand the sacrifices our families put ourselves through. As a council member, I want to give appreciation to the Arts and Cultural Commission. I certainly am not an artist, and so looking at this, there are certain factors that an artist's eye can only share and make recommendations on. And I do realize we put them in a difficult position in a short amount of time providing recommendations. And I think what was ultimately brought forward is very helpful. I think it gave the foundation some, you were able to hear some of the concerns, and I think the compromises that you've come up with, I think, are compromises that ultimately will bring the community together. My concern is, how do we create something moving forward? I have to be honest, coming in, I thought the Redwood Grove was the ideal location. I've heard reasons why it is not, and I find those reasonable. So tonight I am prepared to say the location above is suitable. I don't know what it should look like yet. And so I'd like to hear from the other council members what that process is to move forward. Because like I said, I'm not the artist. I'm not a veteran. So how do we mesh what the town wants, what the veteran wants, so that it's something we can all be proud of? What I don't want is day one, something is built that we're all not in support of. And I don't think that's not what we want for our veterans either. So I leave that.
Oh, Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let me start with all of you out there. Your presentations were excellent. You had different points of view, and you expressed yourself beautifully. You expressed yourself so well that the thoughts that I had coming into it, having read a lot of material and also watched the Arts Commission, did move a bit. I still don't have any conclusions. I still have thoughts. So let's back up a little bit. I did think after our motion last year that we would get several proposals from the veterans, as opposed basically to just one. So I was thinking that we would get 2 to 4, but we didn't. We got shades of the statuary that is up on the wall right now. I am glad that we went to the Arts Commission. I think that was exceedingly helpful. Now, even though there will be people who agree or don't agree with me, I spent time visiting each of the locations that the Arts Commission examined, some that they recommended, some that they did not recommend, and I had my own take that may agree with some and not agree with others. I didn't think there was any location that they recommended, any location, that was inappropriate. Any location, though, even though right now it might look empty or barren or not attractive, couldn't be made to look beautiful. You use artwork, you use trees, you use landscaping. So any one of those locations, I think, could be appropriate location. My thoughts coming in here is that the arbor would be fine. I thought that the statuary was too massive, and so therefore the statuary was not something that I was prepared to support. My personal favorite, and again, I know there are those of you out there who don't agree, but my personal favorite coming in here was the Redwood Grove. I thought that was magnificent. Now, some of you say that's demeaning to the tribute we want to make, or that's not acceptable, and that doesn't, that's not center front. Well, I thought it was beautiful, and I still think it's beautiful along there. And as to speaking to Councilman Sayak, there is a long area, and there is places for statuary, and there is seating. So that is where my personal favorite comes. I guess the way I've changed is it might be possible that a statuary or some kind of a symbolic representation could be developed for the area above us. That might be okay. That's my new way of thinking after listening to all of you tonight, because that wasn't the way I thought when I came in. So at this point, I am not eliminating anything. I have a personal favorite, and I will just have to listen to everybody else.
Okay, that leaves me. Again, thank you very much for your presentations, for the respect you showed the council and each other in listening to the presentations. They're very helpful, and you've heard that they had an influence on several council members how they view this tonight. It did change my view a little bit. I have to say that everyone said who their veteran is. My father served in Korea. He was a cryptographer. So there's lots of different things that we think of when we think of veterans. One of you or one of the groups submitted back before our November 4th meeting a YouTube video that was very effective in presenting an idea of veterans. And what it did was show all kinds of different people to music. And it says, I am your father, I'm your brother, I am your sister, I'm your uncle, I'm your whatever. And they were all manner of people doing all manner of things. So we've heard, I'm sorry, I forget the gentleman who was telling us what our military service does other than fight wars. They were doing medical things. They were helping with Ebola. They were doing infrastructure. They were doing all kinds of things which I don't think of as being depicted by military figures in the statuary that's presented. I guess the way I think of it, and it sounds a little hokey, but some of you have said the same thing, and I know that many of you will disagree with my interpretation, but I think personally that the Civic Center itself is the greatest tribute that we could pay to veterans. It's where we come to exercise our constitutional rights, our constitutional freedoms. It's where we speak and disagree, raise our opinions to our elected officials, congregate, enjoy music, enjoy art that we want to listen to, that we choose to listen to, or that we choose to view, where we go to a library and pick whatever book we want, or where we go and research things about other people and other cultures. That's the gift that our veterans and our military people now give us, and that's this Civic Center. And so when we look at the Civic Center plan that the council approved in 2007, one of the things it says is that both indoor and outdoor spaces contribute to meeting the need for gathering places, so for art, for culture, which are not separate. I respectfully disagree with our former mayor, from veterans. Art and culture are integral to how we honor and depict and live in our community. So that spaces contribute to meeting the need for gathering places, and the flexibility and adaptability of these spaces are an important consideration. So if I look at the rendering and its trellises, arbors, and statuary, 5-foot diameter statuary, I don't see flexibility and adaptability, and I don't see an opportunity to meet the many needs of the community, including honoring our veterans. So my personal favorite is the Redwood Grove. I'm a bigger fan. I had a good friend who lived up the street from me when I was growing up, and my street was unusual because it was one street on a hill, so you knew everyone on the street. Jim Cardwell, he went to Vietnam, and when I went to Washington, D.C., I found his name on that wall. And that, to me, was much more moving than going and seeing a statue, because I could think of my friend Jim when I looked at his name on the wall, and I could contemplate that, and I could reflect on it. And what concerns me about statuary is that it doesn't allow the person that's remembering what they want to do or honor what they want to do, give them the freedom to project what they want to think about as they do that. So to me, a Redwood Grove is a place of honor. It's not shunted aside. It's in the front of the Civic Center. It could be integrated into things that lawn is used for, music, festivals, people can come and use it. I have some concern that putting statuary up on the plaza, may not get the reverence that many of you have been advocating because of the multiple ways that could be used. So to my mind, it might be better to put it in a grove where it truly can stand alone and be a beautiful opportunity to reflect on the service that our veterans gave us. So that's kind of how I look at it. So I'm still not really for the plaza as a good place for it. I'm much more inclined to the Redwood Grove. I'm not inclined toward representational statuary, just my personal viewpoint on it, and listening to people and looking at the materials and listening to Arts Commission and looking at other memorials. That's kind of where I am. And again, it's not a question of whether, it's a question of where and what form. So that's how I look at it. Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I also thought of the Redwood Grove area, and the problem I have with that area is I think of Music in the Park, being somebody who volunteered with that organization for several summers. There's a lot of folks that go out there and enjoy themselves out in that corner. And I'm not sure that kind of enjoyment that they're having would bring the peace and tranquility and the reflection that is meant for this. With that said, I guess the comments made by you and Council or Vice Mayor Spector about the location in the Redwood Grove. Are you still supporters of the arbor, the recommendations by the Arts and Culture Commission? And with that, I think if you are going to put an arbor structure up there of some sort, there should be some kind of focal point in the middle. Now, maybe it's statuary, maybe it's representation of another kind, maybe it was the architectural tree that was presented with the meeting or whatnot. But it seems as though there should be some point of interest when you enter the arbor in the middle. That's why I think this idea came forth from the designer. So I'd like to hear comments on that.
Other comments or questions, maybe, or maybe someone even has a motion. Councilwoman Sayak.
I don't think I'm quite ready for a motion. Basically, I would be ready. I have two thoughts that I can make a motion on. And they actually follow the Arts Commission very readily. One is understanding the desirability of the space on top and the desirability of the arbor, and understanding the concern of statuaries. I personally I don't share the concerns of statuaries. I understand the concerns, but I myself don't have them. I think listening to the Art Commission, there was some discussion of, is there some way you can somehow integrate them into the arbors? And that was something that they discussed, but ultimately decided against. I thought that might have been a compromise. What would have been so easy is to say, if you want to do this statuary of the 5 or of the 1 that was presented in the Redwood area, and you have the full proximity of that area to play with, that was something that to me is fairly easy to support and make a motion on today. I just don't know how to move forward on the Civic Center fountain area in a way that addresses everyone's concerns. That's where I'm at a dilemma with.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm not prepared to answer Councilwoman Sayak's concerns yet, or ever maybe. These are just miscellaneous things that I considered after I spoke. With regard to the fountain, somebody raised the issue of the structural issues related to the fountain removal being right up above us here. And that is something that I am assuming, and maybe this will be a question, that the town will be involved with, at a minimum, supervising or overseeing it. And then at a maximum, is it something that we were going to do anyway? So that, let me just stop there. That's a question.
Good evening, Matt Morley, Director of Parks and Public Works. We have taken a look at the fountain and believe that in its current form, we could turn it back on. Haven't done so mainly because of the drought situation and not wanting to be wasting water. Long term, certainly we could do something either with a Veterans Memorial project or on our own on the plaza. I would expect that if there's a Veterans Memorial project that we would be intimately involved with it, and you may even see it through the CIP if there's town funds that are involved with it in kind or actual dollars that are contributed.
All right, thank you. And I thought that would be the answer because I recall that this is not a new issue for the council, i.e., what are we going to do with the dried out fountain? We get back to, I think we know from the Arts Commission, we know from what we've heard here, at least maybe except for the mayor, I'm not sure, that the trellis is an okay idea. We have a challenge with the focal point in the center. I don't think we have a I don't think we have a meeting of minds on whether there should be something in the center, and we definitely don't have a meeting of minds on what it should be if there is something there. And then the other thing that, and it may be just terminology, but when I think of memorials, I think of, for somebody who has passed. And if, when we have our Veterans Center, it should be, in my mind, a celebration or a tribute to all veterans. And so I would like the word memorial not part of it for me. Thank you.
Anyone else? Does anyone want to try a motion? Don't all jump up at once. Councilman Rennie.
I guess I'd like to ask another question of staff. I forgot which gentleman it was. Somebody showed picture of kind of sticking the current statuary between a couple of the redwoods, but my impression is, and I can't see it that well in these pictures, it's not just between two redwoods. It could be spread around several redwoods. Is that correct? It's more than just between two redwoods, this space?
That is correct.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Spector.
And this was a question, I think I know the answer. With regard to the Redwood, Councilmember Leonardis mentioned a corner that he didn't think would be appropriate for a tribute to the veterans. That is not a corner. When I was looking at the Redwood Grove, I was not looking at a corner. I was looking at an extended area, and it was not a corner. And in fact, it had benches, and it had some sculpture there already. So, what are we talking about here?
Yeah, so I believe the staff is in the presentation that was presented at the beginning of the evening. The staff is looking at the entire Redwood Grove space from pageant to just the edge of this building where the museums is. So staff's assumption was the entire Redwood Grove would be under consideration if that was the location that was chosen by the council, and that the veterans could look at that and figure out how they could utilize the entire space. So the Arts Commission recommendation, I think Councilmember Seg asked earlier, did their recommendation limit anything to one specific area within that Redwood Grove? And the answer is no.
Councilman Leonardis.
So with the Arts Commission recommendation, we still have the arbor idea up above us, and of course, the potential to use the whole Redwood Grove. So essentially, there would be two locations, and I'm not sure if including two locations like that would be good for the overall feel of the I don't want to use the word memorial. I want to say tribute. So that's where my thoughts are at this moment.
Okay, so I'm going to follow up with a question or a statement. My understanding was that the Civic Center plaza above us was location one, and an alternative to that was the Redwood Grove, but not both. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I just wanted to make just a comment that might help Commissioner, I keep doing that, Councilwoman Sayak and other council members. I would not be in favor of the Redwood Grove if it meant I was voting for the statuary depicted and just moving it. So I would not support that idea. Councilman Leonardis.
So back to staff. You'll have to forgive me because a lot of reading and a lot of comments, but the Arts and Culture Commission was okay with the statue in the Redwood Grove, and as well as the area in between the police station and the former library space. Is that correct?
That is correct,
Okay,
Councilmember.
they just didn't want it to be the focal point in the center of the arbor and the plaza. Okay,
That's
thank you.
correct.
Calling myself. And once again, what my understanding of what the Arts Commission presentation, recommendation, if you will, was, okay, arbor if you put it in the Civic Center Plaza, arbor and trellises incorporate something to make it a veterans tribute or an honor to veterans, but not the statuary that is recommended, but something to be depicted. And I believe that the Arts Commission said no statuary if on the plaza. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And if the alternative of the Redwood Grove was selected, it's my understanding that the Arts Commission said statuary would be okay, but not necessarily what we're looking at here, something that's to be determined, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Councilwoman Sayak.
What I'd like to do is I'd like to somehow move this forward. So I don't know if this is reasonable. I'm not a design artist. Is there, and perhaps with nods, someone can lead me in the right direction, is it possible to say we've narrowed it down to 2 locations? This process has been, we've heard lots of comments, pro and con about statuaries. Is it possible to go back to the artist? My understanding is he's very talented, he's very flexible, and give him possibly an opportunity to draw schematics on 2 designs on the Civic Center and 2 on the Redwood, so that we actually have something that we can look at and comment on versus working in this abstract. I'm having a difficult time trying to picture what could be in each location, and I think it would be helpful for me to move this forward and say we've narrowed it down to 2 possible areas. Could the artist give us an idea of what the foundation is envisioning within each, if these are the 2 parameters we're looking at? It probably will be costly, but that's the inclination I'm leaning towards right now.
Okay, so I have a question for staff with respect to that. Ms. Peretti, you indicated what going forward a process might be. So let's, hypothetically, if the council were to take the direction that Councilwoman Sayak is suggesting, would that then go back through Planning Commission, et cetera, and then eventually come to council once our regular process had been followed? Because what I'm concerned with is that if we would do something like Councilwoman Sayak is suggesting and come back to council, we'd be in the same place all over again and have to send it back somewhere else. So if the council said we have 2 specific locations, we have these parameters for design, and send it to Planning Commission or something like that, I'm just trying to figure out, so it doesn't come back and we have the same hearing again. I mean, how would we structure something like that?
I'll start, but the town manager, others may want to join in. The most specific recommendation would really avail itself best to our typical design and planning and land use processes. Knowing that we've perhaps have narrowed it to 2 locations is very helpful, but there's still a wide range of design choices ahead in terms of height, depth, lighting, materials, et cetera. So it would be very difficult for us to continue in terms of the typical land use planning process until we had more of those details narrowed down.
So for Councilman Leonardis, just to follow up to that, if the council were to adopt the recommendation of the Arts Commission and say Civic Center Plaza, arbor and trellis incorporate something else, if that were to be the motion of the council, what would then be the process going forward as the incorporation of something else occurred?
Greg Larson, Town Manager. I believe that would be authorization by the council to the Veterans Memorial Foundation or another group to develop a proposal following that direction of the council, and to then bring it back at the council's discretion, either through the planning process, straight to the council, or to the Public Arts Subcommittee. And that would be at the council could be part of the direction of the council. You'd have either of those options. So if you were to adopt the Arts Commission recommendation as it is, that becomes the permissive envelope for a veterans tribute in Los Gatos, which would be on the deck, no statuary, incorporated in a trellis design, which may be circular or not. That's what the sponsors of the tribute would develop and bring back for to the town for consideration. How that is then considered by the town, I think we'd be looking for direction from staff. It could go straight through a planning review process, because by then it would be a well enough defined project to go through that process. If it's just brought back as 2 to 4 concepts, I believe it would either need to come to council for selection of concepts or to an advisory body of the council, such as the Arts Commission.
Councilman Leonardis, you had your hand up before I asked the question.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. And you asked part of my question. When I go back to all the work that's been done by the veterans and by the Arts and Culture Commission, I mean, the only thing that really is in disagreement, and as I listen to all the council up here, is the statue or some focal point in the center of the arbor. So that's how I started this evening. I said, I'll jump in first, and I said, that seems to be the sticking point. With that said, you know, I think if we approve the location being the upper deck and approve the idea that there may or may not be statuary in that location or some other focal point, we can get to a point where we can come up with a couple designs moving forward, and maybe we can all work together and find something we can all live with, that we're very proud of.
Vice Mayor Spector, you had your hand up.
Yes. What I hear and what I am thinking is that we have 2 locations. We have the plaza up above us and the arbor, and the Redwood Grove. We have the trellis that seems to be acceptable to most. We have a potential for statuary in the Redwood Grove that seems to be acceptable to most, and maybe a focal point, and I'm going to use that generic term, focal point in the arbor, which may be acceptable to most. So I'm going to go ahead and make, if I may, make a motion. And I don't know how this process is going to play out, but here's going to be my motion. I'm going to move that this council direct the veterans group to move forward, and it'll be their choice if they want to come back to us. But should they come back to us with a finalized design for a trellis on the Civic Center Plaza, is that what it is, above us, with a focal point, should they decide they want one, and also for a design for the Redwood Grove and statuary there. Again, this would be all at the discretion of the veterans group should they decide to move forward on either of these locations and within either of those parameters.
Okay, let me ask a question to make sure that we understand your motion. Are you suggesting those as alternatives so that the Veterans Foundation could, are you asking them to present 2 alternatives which the town could choose one of, or are you suggesting that there are multiple locations?
I am suggesting that I see the veterans group as the applicant. I am saying that my motion is saying that out of all the possible variables that we have been considering, this council is narrowing the locations down to 2. and it will be up to the applicant to decide whether or not the applicant wants to bring forward either one of those or both, and what the applicant wants to present on either of those locations. So it's up to the applicant.
Councilman Rennie.
So you're saying that they could bring back statuary on the in the plaza design?
I characterize it using, I hope I characterize it using Councilmember Leonardis's terminology of focal point.
With no restriction?
With no restriction.
Councilman Leonardis.
We could use the terminology point of interest, if that helps.
Depends on whether the maker of the motion wants to do that.
That's
Focal
fine.
point of interest.
That's fine.
Councilman Rennie.
I think I'm okay with the motion, but I would guess I'd like to see the foundation come back with some designs for the plaza that I'm sure they're going to come back with something with statuary. I'd ask them to also try to come back with something that doesn't have statuary or reduced statuary. I think that fits within your motion, though.
So we have a motion, but we don't have a second. Does anyone want to second the motion? Okay, I'm not seeing a second, so it's going to fail for lack of a second.
Actually, may I just ask a question first?
Yes.
I guess I'm somewhat confused still, because one can argue they have brought a design that would fit that parameter. So if they were to come back again and bring this, can we assume this would not be acceptable because we're not approving this tonight?
Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My motion anticipates that the applicant, the veterans, will come forward next time at their choice with a specific. This is not a specific. Not only is this not a specific, but it's an ever-evolving concept. And depending upon, when you happen to see it, it changes. And so I would say that the next thing that comes back to us has to be specific. I agree with Councilmember Rennie that I would hope that this point of interest would be less massive and different than what we have here, but that will be up to the applicant.
Councilwoman Sayak, does that give you any comfort in making a second, or does anyone want to second that? Councilman Rennie.
So I think I'd like to ask if we can add to your motion a request for multiple designs. I don't think you said one for the Grove and one for the Plaza, but I'd like to request, your original 2 to 4 design idea.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I personally don't have any problem with that, but I'm not the applicant. I'm not the applicant who has to, because right now I'm looking for finality, and to come forward with finality on 4 different levels for a civic center point of interest and something else for the Redwood Grove. But if multiple pieces of art, depictions of art, would get me a second on this motion, I'm okay with it.
Does anybody want to second the motion? Councilman Leon.
Question for the motion maker. So would the maker of the motion allow for the language that supposing there's a trellis, that there's multiple focal point opportunities, so when this comes back, we can look at it and reach finality perhaps at that point and say, okay, this one works, this one doesn't. Is that the objective?
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, it would be the objective of this motion that the next thing that we see will lead to finality.
Councilman Rennie.
I think we've discussed it enough. I'll second it.
You're tired, aren't you, Councilman Rennie? Okay, we have a motion that I'm not going to, well, I will attempt to restate it. The motion is that the Veterans Foundation, who the Vice Mayor is now characterizing as the applicant, will come back with a specific proposal for the deck area and a specific proposal for the Redwood Grove area, and whatever form that takes is not necessarily going to reflect what we're seeing here. It could be something different, and the Veterans Foundation could say, we're not submitting anything. Is that your motion?
Madam Mayor, yes, it is. And the deck area, we're calling a point of interest, hopefully to distinguish it from what has been depicted for us so far. But yes, that is my motion.
Okay, and then there's a second from Councilman Rennie. Discussion of the motion. Okay, I have a discussion. You were too slow on the ball there, but I'll let you go. No, you go ahead.
I guess what I'm concerned about is how do we move this forward how do we move it forward in a somewhat tighter, more productive way? What I heard tonight from the foundation was we want assurance of this location, and once that's approved, we can come back with a conceptual design and give ideas on different prototypes to move forward. And I know I threw out the Redwood Grove, but I'm fearful that by giving two areas, we're not going to get to the next logical step, and we're still going to be in this quandary of it's somewhere in between. And so I would like to either say it's at the Civic Center, no statuary, or statuary within something very specific, so that we're just not continually giving this gray area of direction, and then we just get frustrated because it's not exactly what we're at. And I don't know what that is, but I can say now that I'm ready to accept the civic fountain area. I'm ready to accept trellises. I'm ready to accept focal points of some type, and it might be more helpful to have it limited to this particular area. That's where I'm at, instead of bringing two areas.
Okay, I'm going to comment on the motion before I go back to the Vice Mayor and Councilman Rennie. I tend to agree with Councilwoman Sayak. I think that the motion as framed sort of sets us back to the beginning and doesn't take into account all the hard work that's been done by the Foundation and the Arts Commission to get us recommendation that we have today. It's sort of saying square one and go back and do something. I would much rather be specific. I would much rather not necessarily have it come back to the town council, but maybe through our normal process, planning commission, review, etc., which we would normally do. If we were building a building on that deck, we would never just bring it to the council and say, give us whatever you want and have it come back to the council. We would have it go through the planning commission process. We'd get input from the community. We'd have a specific rendition. We would have public hearings. We'd have a recommendation from the planning commission. So I would rather see a specific thing go through that process that respects the work that's already been done and gives the input of the council as to what direction we want to see that go in. I can just say that I can't imagine, although I'm not an artist, so there's probably somebody that can imagine it, statuary of the type that's been argued for by the veterans that would be something that I would think would be appropriate for the Civic Center, but I'm one person. That's why I wanted to go through the process. And And as I said, I think that the Civic Center master plan calls for flexibility and adaptability of space, and I'm not sure that the trellis does that, nor do I think a focal point, however it might end up be occurring or being depicted, would do that either. So that's why I'm an advocate for the Redwood Grove. So, but we have a recommendation before us that's something we could say yay or nay to, which would be at least specific. Whether I'd support it or not is another question. But so I'm going to go to Councilman Rennie first, then the Vice Mayor.
Okay, so what was I going to say after all that? So I don't want to send it back to the beginning either. I definitely agree with Councilwoman Sayak on that. The thing I did like about the motion, and I think the reason I kind of went for it was, I guess I understand the statuary is important to them, and approving the plaza without statuary and no other option I don't think works. And so that's why I also like the idea, well, okay, maybe if they want statuary, they could have it in the Redwood Grove. So that's why I was thinking both options, allow them to get to the statuary. I still think there could be statuary that's acceptable on the plaza. That's where I'd really like to see us try to go.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What I am trying to do in my motion is, first of all, move us forward. Secondly, I understand that there would be concerns about this coming back to the council and just going into this continuous loop. And that's why I say it's going to be up to the applicant, which is what I'm calling the veterans group, to come back with, assuming they come back, with what they want. And so at that point, for the deck and or the redwood, it'll be something that this council will be able to approve or not approve. The reason that I included both the deck and the redwood area is because, first of all, both the deck and the redwood area were part of the Arts Commission recommendation. The reason that my motion included the arbor was because I like it, and it's because it's the Arts Commission recommendation. And the only variation from a personal preference is what, if anything, goes within the arbor. So those are the reasons I had all of those components within my motion.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Spector, seconded by Councilman Rennie. Any other comments or questions on the motion before I call the question? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I didn't hear the Vice Mayor. Did you say aye to your own motion? Okay, sorry. Opposed? No. So that motion passes 3-2. And if any of you can figure out what we just did, congratulations. So I think that what happened is that there was a motion that was made and approved that the Veterans Foundation is in now the shoes of an applicant, and that you can present specific proposals or not, as you choose, a specific proposal for the Civic Center deck and a specific, not a conceptual design, and a specific proposal for the Redwood Grove, and bring it back to the council. And then the council will make a decision on that, I believe is what the motion was. So with that, we are done. Councilman Leonardis.
Mayor, if I may ask staff to clarify the process for the veterans moving forward. For instance, if somebody were coming in with a house project and they walk in with a set of plans to get their home approved, could we start with something like that? And that's where they would be starting. What are the next steps? It's, in other words, they're not going to bring their plans directly back to council. They'll be bringing them to where?
Actually, I think with the motion as approved by the town council, the next step would be to bring those proposals back to you for your consideration, and hopefully the applicant or the foundation will have sufficient detail, so you'll be then ready to choose one or more that would then be ready to go through a very specific planning process. But I think we're still at a conceptual phase.
Okay, thank you.
It's
Okay,
not.
Mr. Larson?
It's not unlike the library project where the design of the library was brought to the council for review as a design, not as a land use approval, but as a design because we were the builder of it. It then went to the planning commission for land use review and came up to council. This is different in that it's a third party that's bringing the project forward to council for definition and then going into the planning process. You could always direct otherwise, but I think Laurel and I both heard the same thing, is what we thought was what was embedded in the motion was for the applicant to bring back one or more options in these two areas for council final decision.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I want to make sure that, that I'm understanding staff. I did not see this as a land use issue, and therefore, that's why my motion had the next step coming directly back to us for our decision. Okay. Thank you.
So because the Veterans Foundation needs to now decide what action they're going to take and what design they're going to present, I imagine that it's not appropriate for us to set any date because any date that we choose is going to be dictated by when they make a decision and what they bring back. Is that right? So we are not going to continue this to any date certain. We'll just have to set it after there's a discussion and decision by the Veterans Foundation. And I encourage those members of the Veterans Foundation who are interested in moving forward, which I assume are all of you, to contact town staff to find out exactly the steps that you need to be considering given the motion that's been passed by the council. And I'm sure that they'll be happy to lay those out for you. And with that, item 6 is finished. Thank you for coming. Okay, we have one more thing that we have to discuss, so we're going to ask, well, we only have to discuss what the process is going to be. So can I ask those of you that are here on item 6 to take your conversations outside so we can finish? Please. Because we had item 7 on our agenda, but we are not hearing it, what is it that we need to do, if anything, with respect to item 7?
Madam Mayor, item 7 was a referral back from the Planning Commission regarding the ad hoc committee's recommendation.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you could talk outside, we're still doing some business here. We'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
As noted on the staff report, the council has a couple of choices. One, they can continue to move forward with the ad hoc committee recommendation, modifying the role and purpose and intent of the planned development zone to give it more specificity. That would require going to general plan committee and others. Yes?
What I really meant is we're not going to consider it tonight. So given that, do we continue it to a date? Does it just get re-agendized for a time when the council can put it on their schedule without taking any particular action on it tonight? Just noting that we didn't get to it and we're not going to be hearing it tonight and it'll be scheduled for a different date?
That's correct. It's not a formal
But thank you for
public-
starting the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Rennie.
Sort of a point of order, I noted that item number 8 basically was requesting that we continue it till the 17th. If we don't officially do that, then is that the same effect?
So item 8 was on, and
It's the senior
it's
housing.
the senior housing and was a request for a continuance. Can we just simply make that motion tonight? And do we think that that's a realistic date?
Yes, and in fact, staff was in contact with Catholic Charities this afternoon, and they believe they'll have the documentation. So if the council would prefer to hear it earlier on February 3rd, that is another choice for you.
Okay, so I'll look to the council for, February 3rd is the North 40, and February 17th has strategic goals, Hillbrook. So what is the pleasure for a date to continue?
If this, oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's
I'm sorry.
okay.
If this were on February 3, what's the order of, I'd hate for this to be after North 40.
So if it went to February 3rd in consultation with staff, I would probably move it before the North 40.
Then I
Because
move
it's coming back as an
okay.
information item.
So I move to move item number 8 to February 3rd, 2015.
So we have a motion to continue to February 3rd. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Leonardis. Discussion, or I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? Passes unanimously. Thank you. And I think that takes care of our agenda for tonight.
You have
No?
item 9.
999.
We have a,
Yes.
I'm sure the director has a 15-minute
Mr.
PowerPoint.
Morley, can we get your PowerPoint with all of the properties, please?
Thank you, Mayor. We can do that if you like. As usual, this is our annual weed abatement project that we work on with County Fire. The report is in your packet, and staff is available for questions.
Does anyone have a question for Mr. Morley about hazardous weed abatement? Sadly, we don't have a question for you. And I'm looking out to see if there's anyone who wants to talk to us about this, and I'm not seeing anyone. So I'm going to close the public hearing and look to the council for a motion on this matter. Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I move to order abatement of the hazardous vegetation, otherwise known as weeds.
All right, so we have a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by the Vice Mayor. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. And that, I think, is it. Thank you very much.